Afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. Day 5 sees 5 players make their way through to the final to join Christian Kist in the race to pick up the top prize and a place at Champions Week. So, Group C got underway yesterday. It concludes this afternoon, and this is what happened during our first session. Well, it's a league split up in 2 halves. Prakash Jiva picking up 1 victory for his day yesterday. And picking out some great finishes, just like that 1-4-2. Philip van Hasse, well, he's been improving as the days go on. Didn't do so from a points tally, but he's growing into this competition day upon day. As for Kevin Painter, the artist, he's got a big push today if he's going to see himself into Saturday night's final. Realistically, he's probably going to have to win the lot to do that. But the top end of the table, we have 3 players tied on 8 points, one of them being Peter Hudson, the only player to depose of Scott Baker yesterday. As for Willie Borland, well, he's improved from the last time he played here at the Super Series and perhaps may well be going under the radar a little bit. As for Scott Baker, well, he came out the traps flying. It was quick, it was fast, it was furious. He nearly broke the record for quickest match. Now, you may have seen in that VT Prakash Jiva. Now, he's withdrawn from the competition. He's going to be replaced by the England international Tommy Morris for the rest of the action. Now, you may remember a couple of weeks ago we had a similar situation. So what will happen is the group will continue with 7 players put in. Obviously, Prakash will not fulfill any fixtures today. Tommy Morris will fulfill the fixtures today. And so what will happen is all the results from yesterday will carry forward and Tommy Morris will fill those 5 fixtures. He's still got a mathematical chance of making it through to the final as well. Paul Nicholson is with me up here on the balcony to assess what we did see yesterday, and what we did see was 2 different leagues within one.
Yeah, very much so. You've got 3 at the top who can realistically qualify, and then you've got a couple underneath them who have got ambitions of qualifying, but it's very unlikely. When you look at the level of play that we got from Scott Baker, at times from Peter Hudson and Willie Borland, are we going to see those guys win less than 6 points today? I'm not so sure. I think it's between those 3.
So this is the table. Of course, there's going to be 1 or 2 caveats in amongst there as well. So Prakash Jiva at the bottom of the table. Tommy Morris will come in as player number 7. But elsewhere, as you say, you've got that 3-horse race for 2 spots, essentially.
Yeah, and what we've got are 2 people in Painter and Van Hasse who played in the first 3 days of the week as well. And they'll be feeling the fatigue today because they're not the youngest players of the group as well. We're talking about players over 50. Not that that's a disadvantage, but when you are playing your 5th day, anybody will be feeling fatigued. So you have to give the impetus to the likes of Borland and Baker at the top, because not only did they play better yesterday than anybody else, they will be fresher as well.
Well, let's see how the numbers represent what happened yesterday here at the Super Series. This is the first day of Group C by the numbers. 86 legs played, 34 breaks of throw, but just going down by the 2 key metrics you'd like to look at. 85.47 the average, 37.23% checkout ratio. Especially with that checkout ratio, that is above par for the course.
Yes, it is. I think if we get 37% for the day today, not just only in Group C, but Group B, we'll be very happy. I think some of the statistics that we'll talk about throughout the first round of matches today will be glaring in a good way. But 85, anything over that for a daily campaign, that's good. But we saw a lot of great stuff in the first 2 rounds yesterday. It really was a glittering group.
It most certainly was. And what do the bookmakers make of this glittering group going into the last day's action? As I say, Tommy Morris has still got a mathematical chance of winning the group at 500 to 1. It can possibly happen, but goodness me, a lot of things are going to have to go their way. Looking more realistically, what on the odds sheets do you look at?
You see anything for 500 to 1, it's worth £1, isn't it? Well, gamble responsibly with your £1, but Scott Baker winning the group, obviously the favourite based on the way he played yesterday at times. Willie Borland and some others, don't discount them, and we'll have a very much clearer picture when it comes to who is possibly going to win this group after 1 or 2 rounds, because these rounds will not take long.
They most certainly won't. So strap yourselves in and make sure you are ready for all the action today. Well, Paul Nicholson's been ready from first thing this morning, and he's provided us with assets, backer for the day. It's a 7-1 treble here this afternoon. And what are you looking at as some of your picks, your tips, your fancies?
Well, apologies for the graphic on that one, because it's actually Borland at -1.5 at 8-13. That's based on form. So for Willie Borland to win 4-2 or 4-1 or 4-0, of course, 8-13, that looks pretty enticing. As for Baker, handicap against Painter, that's purely because Baker was just doing brilliant stuff yesterday, whereas Painter felt like he was knocking his head against the wall, even when he was playing his best stuff. So the same sort of thing there. Most 180s, we've gone for Morris over Van Gassa, because Van Gassa has not been a massive 180 hitter this week, and we have heard that said Morris is quite good at the old maximums, so a little bit of a punt there.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of things about him, and we look forward to seeing him in action today. We're looking forward to seeing Peter Hudson and Scott Baker in our first game of the day. Now, Scott really was electrifying yesterday here at the Super Series, and we thought we'd compare some of his stats from yesterday to what we've seen in general from him here, not just at the Live Lounge, but previously at the Live League in Southampton. Now, on that graphic there, Paul, anything in blue is above what he's done all time, and there's more blue on that list than Eiffel 65.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you think about the amount of legs that he won as a percentage, he's absolutely smashed his all-time record by about 15% there. His checkout percentage yesterday is elite. You're talking about close to 60%. Now, at 34% in his all-time stats, that's not bad at all. That's above average, in my opinion. But almost 60%, that is wonderful. He'd love to replicate that today. But the one that really hits you is that 5 minutes 58 game. He was one dart away from getting the fastest game ever, and quite frankly, I'm not surprised. It was a great game to watch, not just because it was quick, but because it was really good standard as well.
Now, call me a cynic, as good as it was, it's still only 8 points to the board. There's 3 players in it, so he's going to have to replicate that again today.
In a funny sort of way, I actually think the defeat yesterday to Peter might do him some favours, because it might just remind him that he's not bulletproof, so that there are players out there who could possibly demote him into third position if things don't go his way. So it might fire him up.
Looking forward to a day of darts?
Absolutely. Let's get it going.
Let's do it. It is Fantastic Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got a double dose of darting delights here underneath the roof on the sunny south coast. And joining the ATA in commentary for all of the action, it's Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Afternoon, Henry. And afternoon, everybody. I hope you are set fair for a double session day of darts, where we will find out by around about 1 a.m. in the morning our lineup for tomorrow night's final. It is Series 4, Week 4. We already know former world champion Christian Kist. He's safely through after winning Group A. But we're none the wiser who's going to win this Group C. 3 players on 8 points, 2 players on 2 points, and
first leg, it's Scott to
for
throw
this
first.
afternoon session, Justin
On.
Bradshaw, and of course Tommy Morris comes in as a replacement for Prakash Jiwa, and
100
nil points. Delighted to be joined in our very comfortable commentary position.
85.
The asset, Paul Nicholson.
Good afternoon, Chris. And it is pretty snug, isn't it? Nice and warm. You've got
60.
15 matches to look forward to this afternoon and into the early evening. Justin Bradshaw is your referee. And this is a rematch of Game 15 from yesterday, which was won by Peter Hudson by 4-3.
46.
And without sounding too pessimistic, it was the worst performance of the day for Scott Baker.
By some distance. Going into this tie,
140.
around about 5 p.m. yesterday afternoon, Scott Baker's running average over the course of 4 matches was
45.
98.47. Absolutely staggering numbers. And as you saw in the graphic that Nico was discussing with Henry,
139.
he ended up with an average of, well, just shy of 93, wasn't it?
Feels almost sad that we're seeing
48.
only
Well,
93.
and that was
Scott,
mainly
you
due
require
to the
62.
performance here against Peter Hudson in the final match of the day. He'd completely Well, maybe
46.
the way he played, he may have completely emptied the tank, Nico, because he only averaged 80 and was beaten by Peter Hudson, who produced one of his best performances of the day, if not the best all-round performance of the day, with a 93.11. So credit
Scott,
for
you
Peter.
require 16.
But it was certainly a match that you would have
Game shot in the
expected
first
Baker
leg. Scott Baker.
to win going into it on the back of how he'd performed.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a coupon buster at the time, but you categorise it perfectly, Mace, because
Second leg is
there's
Peter
only
to
so
throw
much
first.
fuel you can put in a
Game
Vespa,
on.
right?
Yeah.
And he ran out of fuel. And
Didn't he? It was like an instant, wasn't it? It wasn't a gradual thing.
there are no fuel stations here,
140.
recharging stations here at the MODUS Super Series. You just got to get in there and do your best.
But I agree with what you said up there with
59.
Henry. I think in hindsight, it may have been just a little bit of a wake-up call.
Sometimes when you win every game in a session,
58.
you might think, I'm done now. And we saw that Scott Walters at the end of 2022, he won all 5 games on Thursday and ended up losing every game on Friday.
Well, I nearly did it,
180.
didn't I? I think I went 3 games before I eventually got the required win, because you tend to just take your eye off the ball.
Scott's
83.
not taking his eye off the ball here. This is a very hot start.
Well, it was like you say, it was a reminder, wasn't it? But I'm not sure it was down to
84.
a lack of effort. I just think he was just out on his feet.
59% on the doubles yesterday. That cannot be ignored. He would love to do that again today.
And again, that would have been way higher, Nico, because in
140.
the final game, he was just 3 from 15.
Good response here from Hudson. I love that
60.
you brought up his average
PT
from
require
that
80.
game yesterday, because after looking at every game he's played this week, of which there have been 20 games, that was his best performance of the week. And
70.
after he'd had
Scott, you
injury
require
issues on Wednesday.
118.
So there's no injury woes now. But he might have woes at 2-0 down.
98.
Well, we were seriously
Peter, you require
concerned
10.
whether he was going to be able to continue, but fortunately, it sort of just corrected itself.
Things are getting pretty sticky for the man who's had more darts at double this week than
8.
anybody else.
Scott, you require 20.
Blow your mind with the number in a minute. Because he's
Game
now
shot in the
2-0
second
down.
leg.
Scott
Scott
Baker
Baker.
taking full advantage of those misses from the rock. Now, Peter Hudson has had 4 darts at double in this match so far, which means he's
Third
had
leg is Scott to throw first. Game on.
194 darts at a double this week. He's hit 57 of them. He's under 30% for the week.
140.
That will not get it done.
No, you put 10% on that, and who knows where it'd have ended up in Group A, never mind this
93.
one.
The main reason why he's in the top 3 and still has a chance is because he's getting a lot of shots at
140.
double. He's had the most 180s of any player this week. And if he'd not scored as heavily, for me, he might even be out of the running for the top of this
100.
group already.
Agreed. That's the big element to his play, is that big
100.
scoring.
Well, let's put it into perspective, shall we? Because Philip van Gassa and Kevin Painter are in the bottom 3 of this group. They've had the same amount of games as
59.
Peter Hudson.
Scott, you
And
require 121.
Just for a few giggles, Peter, before today started, has
97.
had 50 more darts at a double than Philip van Gassa. 50.
That's insane. Well, it looks like it's not going to be a repeat,
57.
but more
Scott, you require 24.
revenge against repeat.
Game shot in the third leg.
It's a
Scott
superb
Baker.
performance. This is very akin to what we saw from him yesterday.
He's making this look just so easy.
Well, I had tweets
Fourth leg
yesterday
is
from
Peter to
people
throw first.
who were saying
Game on.
Scott makes the game look easy. Yeah, he does. And it's kind of sickening. But very entertaining.
But the irony of that
140.
is how hard it is to throw in this manner, because the natural instinct,
60.
of course, is to be measured and and sometimes try and be too perfect.
The one thing he is efficient.
Yeah, well, if you look at
97.
If you look at Hudson, it's like comparing apples and oranges. He's really measured, sights every dart, where this man is very much a thrower and plays off
60.
feel.
Yeah, this action's a bit more deliberate. Every motion is forward, back, and through.
100.
But if you do the same words for Scott, it's forward, back, through. Two different rhythms. If you put them in numbers, which is one thing I like to do
41.
with young players
BT
when they're trying to
require
categorize their
164.
throws, it's like a different song. It's like comparing Mozart and Stormzy.
I'm feeling it.
You went more Stormzy than Mozart then.
I'm a bit more of a rude boy than
92.
Mozart.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Just like that. That's exactly what he does
82.
every single
PT
time.
requires 72.
Looks like he's going to get a first leg on the board then, because Scott is nowhere near him.
Just taking a leg off. But it is
Game
on the
shot on the
Hudson
fourth
throw.
leg. Peter Hudson.
Produces a very tidy 15-dart hold. I mean, the sequence of legs opening match of the day, which sometimes can be
Fifth leg,
a
it's
little
Scott to
squiffy.
throw first. Game
16,
on.
16, 14 and 15.
If you're going to have a leg off like that, do it on your opponent's throw, and that's exactly what's
51.
just happened.
Especially when you're 3-1 up or 3-0 up at the time.
All right, Scott, you've just lined up something that I really like. You've gone 20-19 treble 4, score a ton,
58.
and the perfect 6 is on.
He's the kind of guy to do it.
Oh, it's all done and dusted. Commentator's curse.
81.
Moving swiftly on.
Well, here we go. Nico, he's going to go treble 5, treble 1, single 1.
He'll be hoping he doesn't.
And then and then he'll do the 180, 170 for you.
Hudson yesterday, 85 and change as an average.
84.
Which is tidy.
Better than the rest of the week. For the week, a shade over 82.
180.
Why didn't you leave 350, Scott?
Yeah, so he's most definitely raised his game. And is that down to start time?
39.
There are so many people out there who they have one major weakness when it comes to playing darts. Jelle Klaassen has told me on many occasions, doesn't like the heat. Doesn't like it. doesn't mind the cold.
137.
Some
And
people,
he prefers playing early in the morning, doesn't
yeah,
he?
some people despise playing early in the day. But then there are people who wake up first thing in the morning and they're ready by about 7:30.
Bounce out of bed. I tend to roll out.
This is a great performance from Scott because all he wanted to
100.
do
Scott,
was
you
get
require
those first
52.
2 points in the bank and get the maximum leg difference he could possibly get. He has to
44.
wait. And if he does click the double 4 or the 8 points in the visit, it will be 10 points in the table and plus 13. And in the process, damage one of the chasers. In Peter Hudson,
100.
it would reduce his leg
Scott, you
difference to
require
plus
8.
2. That's
Game,
exactly what
shot,
happens.
And a match.
And he
Scott
does
Baker.
get revenge for that 15th game yesterday. Baker was the better player by a good 13 points in the average. As you can now see, his checkered percentage was down 15% from yesterday into that game. Do you think he cares? I don't think so, because when we see him again, he'll be playing Tommy Morris in Game 4. Speaking of Tommy, let's say hello to him as he plays Willie Borland in Game 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a surprise, a Scott Baker game lasting 10 minutes. He gets the better of Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 1 in our opening game of the day. Next up, we're going to see a debut in this competition for Tommy Morris, coming in at the last minute for Prakash Jiwa, who's withdrawn from the competition. He takes on Willie Borland, who of course we saw yesterday. We can have a look at his stats from yesterday's competition there. It was an improvement of what we saw from him the last time we saw him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he'll be looking to qualify for his first Saturday night final here in Portsmouth. Describing all of the action then in the commentary box, here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Let's have it then. Let's have a little look at Tommy Morris. He's someone who wears a big sweatband on the right wrist. He looks more like a tennis player than a dart player today. But I have a few sources that tell me he's rather handy. Let's face it, it's a real shame that we can't see Prakash Jiwa a little bit more today. And we wish him the best for whatever it is, the reason that he had to pull out. The main thing is he's okay, and everything else is in the land of Jiwa. But it gives us a chance to look at Tommy Morris up against
First leg, it's
Willie
Willie to
Borland.
throw first. Game on.
Don't blink, because this one will be just as quick as anything you've seen this week.
45.
Yesterday, Willie Borland got off to such a really good start. He averaged 96.53 and hit 4 doubles from 11 attempts. And that was his best performance of the day. He'd love to
45.
replicate that to join Scott Baker on 10 points, Chris.
Yeah, and he backed that up with a 91.42 with 4 out of 6 on the
140.
doubles. Another very, very tidy showing. And then had a 93.68.
140.
Where he was actually beaten full zip by Scotty Baker. And then just started to taper off an 82.
100.
89 with a 4-2 win over Philip. And then his final game, although it was a 4-1 win against Prakash, only 71.34. So
98. Tommy
three
require
very, very good ones, and
161.
then just fell away towards the back end of the day. Now, I think commentary when
123.
this man played in Southampton in the then
58.
Live League.
Tommy require 38.
He is rapid.
Game shot in the first leg. Tommy
You were
Morris.
saying? Because that leg's over.
Well, they made Willie 1-2 and 6-4.
Second leg is Tommy to throw
about
first.
The Duke.
Game on.
I know it's Tommy Morrison, but being a boxing fan, I just can't help it.
100.
I was going to go full on golf.
Yeah.
Old Tom Morris.
Yeah, but you can't call him old
60.
Tommy Morris, can you?
Call him young Tom Morris then, because
Yeah.
they both won the Open Championship.
Correct.
Well, we have
100.
had communication from our good friend Scott Mitchell this morning, telling us all about Tommy,
Afternoon, should I say, Scott?
unless he's on the tractor or the combine.
Well, he'll have it on.
96.
He's got all the latest gadgets down there, you know.
Tommy is fast and excitable, apparently. I think we've pretty much
Established that.
figured that out in the first,
140.
what is it, 22 darts of the day for him. But he does play a lot of darts
85.
in
Tommy
Hampshire,
Require,
and he's good pals with
161.
Ryan Finesse, who you'll see a little bit later on in Group B. Already
100.
causing Willie Borland a stack of problems.
And many thanks from all of us here at the Super
41.
Series, and I'm sure the players
Tommy
as well.
require
Although
61.
Willie won't be particularly enamoured to see you step in and help us out at the last minute.
Double four.
Game
And
shot in the
he is
second
very
leg.
useful.
Tommy Morris.
Now, let's face it, when somebody comes in like this off the bench, all they want to do is ruin the
Third
days
leg is Willie to throw
of
first.
these other
Game on.
players.
And I'm not sure about his work situation, but if he does have a boss,
80.
thank you very much for giving him the day off work as well.
One
Last minute.
of my other sources tells me he was a landscape gardener.
96.
Well,
Well, you don't want to be out there in this weather anyway.
60.
you don't see many dart players with the old sweatband on the right wrist. In fact, didn't Scott Mitchell used to rock that?
140.
Or was it always on the left wrist for him? It might be a Dorset thing. You do get some lovely weather indoors.
74.
Maybe it's quite a tight one, and it's more of a preventative measure in terms of maybe picked up a little injury there at some point.
48.
Doesn't have a particularly broken wrist type of throw.
100.
177's a lovely number for this one. I know I'm asking for a lot, but
100.
comes up with a ton and a chance for 3-0 in very little time.
Yeah, well, he's on debut here at
93.
the all-new
Tommy require
Super Series
117.
Live Lounge. And at the moment, he is outstanding.
Creates the angle.
97.
That was not
Willie
far
require
off.
94.
Be warned, Willie. Doesn't get a shot at the bullseye.
Chase the treble, Nico.
43.
2-0 down. Can't afford
Tommy
to do
require
it.
20.
Those darts do kick over a bit.
Game
but
shot in the third leg.
Nothing is
Tommy
getting in his
Morris.
way right now. This is catastrophic for Borland.
45 darts, Nico, for 3 legs. 100.20.
And
Fourth
4
leg, it's
minutes
Tommy
and
to throw
32
first.
seconds for those
Game
legs
on.
as well. He is joining the likes of Borland and Baker in speed. Now, before we go any further, and while I've got the
55.
chance, I'm told by one of our producers who runs tournaments in the Hampshire area, there is a famous tournament in
85.
Southampton that is run weekly. Over the course of 9 weeks of playing, Tommy Morris has made 7
95.
finals. He's only won 1 of them, though, and he beat Jared Cole in that final, but he's beaten the likes of
100.
Simon Whitlock previously, so if that doesn't prove the pedigree, I'm not really sure what does.
And hasn't he recently secured his
140.
place?
I've heard that too. And they don't just hand those shirts out to anyone.
40.
You have any of your England shirts?
No, but sadly not.
That's a shame.
Given away, like signed and given away to charities at the
100.
Do you wish you had
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
them back?
time. Yeah. Yeah, so if anybody does have one out there, I'll quite happily buy
59.
it back.
Tommy require
With a bit on
111.
top for you, of course.
It's very kind of you, Chris. How about on top for Tommy?
Game shot.
That did
and the
not
match,
take
Tommy
long.
Morris.
It was 6 minutes dead. The second quickest game of the week by 2 seconds. And what a debut here in Portsmouth for Tommy Morris. 67% on the doubles, 100.2 is the average, and his biggest checkout right at the end. What a performance. He is going to be the ultimate spoiler today, and people will not want to see him much. But Philip van Gasse and Kevin Painter, they've got a lot of work to do to get to the top 2. It's got to start next.
A debut to remember for Tommy Morris as he gets out the traps flying here at the Super Series, beating Willie Borland 4-0 in 6 minutes dead. 100.2 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. What a way to start for Tommy Morris. Right, this is our final game from the first round of fixtures for the day. It sees Philip van Hasse and Kevin Painter renew rivalries for a 5th time this week. Watching this one in the commentary box is Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. And this game takes on a slightly different complexity now, because at the start of play with 3 players on 8 points and 3 players on 2 points, you think with that 6-point gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3 that surely it's a 3-horse race. But now with Borland and Hudson losing in the first round of matches before these guys actually play, things are slightly different. And if somebody can get a big win in this game to repair their leg difference a bit as well, we may have something on our hands.
First leg, it's
an
Philip
opportunity
to throw
beckons
first.
for
Game
one of
on.
these players for me, not for both.
Yeah, most definitely the winner of this tie has a very narrow
45.
chance. Now, Kevin's throwing... Oh, they're all the same.
That's
85.
just boring.
Yeah, because the winner will close the gap from 6 to 4 points, having played the same amount of matches as Hudson and Borland.
So if you look
60.
at Kevin Painter, for example, he's in a slightly more advantageous position than Philip because of the leg difference. He's at -3. He's only 5 legs
59.
behind Hudson and Borland. So if, for example, he was to get a 4-0 win against Philip, then he would be 4 points behind, like you mentioned,
43.
Chris. But the leg difference, it would be 1 behind.
And he has to play either, well, both of...
He's got to play them both.
60.
So, opportunity knocks at the live league door. But this guy has been gradually improving as the week's gone on. I know that he didn't get his
121.
6 points yesterday, which would have been the perfect up curve for day number 4. But
48.
standard-wise, it's starting to get there. 84.98 for yesterday, compared to an overall average for the week of less than 81.5.
100.
That's trending in the right direction, but is it at a big enough pace?
Yeah, we expected maybe a bigger jump, didn't we, in terms of performance.
58. Philip, you require 132.
Still time.
I'm not sure about
Wrong
that
shot.
play. I don't think going for the bullseye on 132 with an opponent outside of 170 is the right thing to do.
Well, especially the amount of
82.
straight tons he hits. They may not be as prolific in terms of the 2 and 3 treble visits, but in terms of just tons, he's solid.
27. Philip, you require
See
50.
what he does with this 50. Double 16
Game
That's
shot
a
in the
very
first
tidy
leg.
kill
Philip van Hasse.
from Philip. And I'm going to go early with this. I think Kevin plays better with
Second
odd
leg is
flights.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I never thought I'd heard you. Of all people, Nico, what's going on? You've changed.
60.
I have changed. It's all Kevin's fault. I actually did text Peter Wright yesterday and I said, Kevin's outdone you using 3 different flights.
And stems.
Yeah.
41.
I haven't had a reply yet, but I have sent Peter the tweet that shows him using said equipment. So I'll be really interested to see what he says when he gets back from New York.
140.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to all the results from over in the Big Apple as the PDC machine rolls
100.
into Madison Square Garden. I never thought those words would pass my lips either.
81.
Yeah, MSG, the only thing that would be associated with dart players is Chinese food.
Right, it's on my... Obviously, I've been there, but on my bucket list to
100.
go and watch a big fight there. It really is the mecca of boxing historically.
45.
All the biggest names in everything whether it be music, boxing, basketball.
WrestleMania.
100.
That's where it started back in the day. Well, for me, I am perplexed. When Painter was on 220,
86.
he went 19.
Philip, you require 160.
Why, Kevin?
Well, he was playing on 19s in the scoring phase yesterday, wasn't he?
I get that. It's a good game plan, but there are fundamentals
70.
to leaving a score
Kevin, you require
from certain
89.
numbers. And 19's first on 220 is not the player. 19's here is the bullseye.
64.
We had to wait to see
Philip,
if it was
you
there,
require
and it
90.
wasn't. Double 15. That could be kind.
Very,
60.
very unlucky.
Kevin, you
He
require
thought that if
25.
he just glanced that off the left-hand side of the barrel, that was there, and I agree. But it wasn't
Game
very
shot in the
kind.
second leg.
And
Kevin
Painter does
Painter.
equalise in the same amount of darts that Philip won the first leg in.
Third leg is Philip
He
to throw
looks,
first. Game on.
Disgruntled figure, does KP, and as a good pal of mine, not what you want to see when you see your, some players are
60.
just players you know, but when they're your pals, it's a hard watch.
Very true. I've watched Kevin from a distance
99.
when I was a kid. Always loved the way he played the game. Played against him in my first TV event at the Grand Slam back in 2008. He was in my group. He beat me 5-4. I haven't
45.
forgotten it.
Neither is he.
I did get him back at the Grand Slam once. I did beat him in a group stage, and we didn't speak for a couple of days, actually. It was quite frosty.
59.
But, yeah, we're good friends now. But the interesting thing for me is that he looks forlorn, but he shouldn't be, because he's still in with a chance.
48.
He's been given a lifeline by
think-
those two defeats.
I think with Kevin, because he's still so competitive and still has a
25.
certain type of ambition, and he just hates not doing himself justice. And yeah, it's a toughie.
Is it a bit like
60.
a footballer coming towards the end of their career at maybe the age of 36, 37? Or in the case of some others, around about 41 or 42.
60.
They are still trying to be the player that they were at 25, when they're not so much at ease with the player that they are now.
Yeah, it's very much
100.
in boxing terms, the brain and the upper body is still fine. They just don't communicate with the legs.
94.
Yeah, Joe Calzaghe, when he fought Chris Eubank, was a very different fighter to when he fought Roy Jones.
Absolutely.
100. Kevin, you require
19's first on this,
164.
I will get behind.
Again, this is the only time I recall seeing Kevin using a type of wax, and that's because he just doesn't feel he has the grip he needs. And then when we've seen some real wayward darts from him, it's
92.
down to
Philip,
either
you
lack
require
of grip
88.
or him over gripping to compensate.
Double 14.
Game
Double
shot in
7
the
is
third
found
leg.
to
Philip
get the
Van
lead. This
Hasse.
time it's 21 darts. So they're living in that sort of range in every leg.
Yeah, it's a
Fourth leg is
seventh
Kevin
visit,
to throw first.
or a
Game
seventh
on.
turn, as you so nicely put it, and a bit of an Americanism, the turn.
Also a bird.
57.
Everything here at the Super Series, a nature program and some psychology and a bit of darts thrown in.
There's a long way to go on Friday. If you want to know
59.
all sorts of stuff about darts and beyond,
Well, please get in touch if you've got any questions. Please keep them on darts, but we don't mind. Yeah, questions or comments. Nico has the Twitter app
140.
open on one of his many devices over there. At MSS Darts, all one word. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know where you're watching.
yesterday
81.
we got to the bottom of Blommer
Yeah.
in Belgian speak as to what it means. It meant flowers. And somebody from that area of the
60.
world cleared up the fact that that's not what it is in Dutch, because in Dutch it's bloem. Let's not go down that rabbit hole because my Flemish and Dutch is non-existent.
100.
This game has been going for 9 minutes. Exactly 50% more than the previous game already, and we've had
100.
3 legs.
Well, Hasset, in terms of translation, is gases.
45.
Could make
Kevin, you
the
require
players' room
144.
interesting.
Make of that what you will. That's a beautiful dart for Kevin. Oh, look at this. A
132.
superb try. Those 2 darts at treble 20, they were so pretty. Every dart player at this level loves a prime shot just underneath that top wire. If
60.
you get them in the bed the way
Kevin, you
that Kevin
require
does.
12.
Double 6. He's been a bit defensive with that first one.
Game
But
shot on the
that one
fourth
is
leg.
planted
Kevin
for the best leg
Painter.
of the match in 18 darts. This one's tight. And I have to say, this is not good news for either player.
No.
Fifth leg, it's Philip to throw
Not for
first. Game on.
Trying to get back some leg difference.
I've never used wax on my darts. I've never used chalk. In fact, I am pretty much allergic to chalk when it comes to them being anywhere near my darts.
68.
Is there a possibility, because I'm sure this would be a question of a lot of people watching this who play darts, is there a risk of
100.
overwaxing your darts?
Well, I've tried it because I'm sort of where KP is now in terms of how he feels about his dart. I never felt that there was just enough natural
121.
grit to them. So I tried chalk. I tried the wax. I found the wax can sometimes get a little greasy. Sort of goes the other way. Where I use now like that chalky
25.
resin powder type stuff. And of course you can get them resin bags. But even the stuff I use, if you overuse it, the dart won't even come out your fingertips.
100.
Just to be clear, when Chris Mason plays darts, it's not like a weightlifting stage where they put their hands
It's not
in the-
like Keith Deller.
No. Well,
100.
board, it would be white by now. But I think you're right about the wax in certain conditions, especially in
100.
Southampton in a room that was a lot hotter than this.
Yeah.
That waxy texture on the dart would have got slippery.
40. Philip, you require 112.
And Johnny Haynes is another one who uses chalk, but he doesn't use a great deal of it. I used to hate marking a board on a Thursday night in
44.
Super League with chalk and then have to play after because it felt like I was using somebody else's hands. Doesn't Van mean from? So it's
Yeah.
Philip from Gas.
53. Philip, you require
Doesn't sound that
68.
appealing or that complimentary. Double 16.
Of course,
52.
in the Netherlands, in the vast majority of it, when Raymond van Barneveld, Raymond from Barneveld, and Barneveld is
41.
a place name in the
Philip, you
Netherlands.
require 16.
They don't really have like
Game
Nicholson
shot on
or
the fifth
Mason.
leg. Philip Van Hasser.
No, years ago that's how our surnames before
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to
the
throw
masses
first.
entered
Game on.
England, how we were known.
Yeah, son of nickel.
Yeah.
And yours something to do with making or stones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very much still
95.
a craft up in the northeast of England. In fact, I actually used to know the head stonemason of Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah, well, in Dorset is the longest wall in the
100.
country, of course. Random.
See, he told you. You get more than darts here at the MODUS.
And
Super Series.
Martin Thomas does do some of that old stone walling.
Martin Thomas from Aberystwyth.
Yeah.
139.
Super Series regular and friend of the Super Series.
Van Hasse over the last couple of days
100.
has shown us a very good level that may have been a bit more competitive when it came to Group A. Painter won
43.
yesterday in this fixture by 4 legs to 1, giving him a 3-1 advantage in the head-to-head for the week.
100.
Painter won the first couple, then Philip won on Wednesday, then Painter's turned it around. But maybe turned around again. That's 38, so stay on the 19s or go somewhere else. He wants 7 off, which means a 9 at the end. 16s is another play. That's why he stayed on the
57.
19s.
Almost fear a little bit for Kevin. He's already, you can tell, totally disheartened by his week so far.
100.
His feet here.
Kevin, you require 167.
Well, we've seen 3 different flights and stems yesterday. We may see 3 different darts. Maybe some of the players in there. Give us a go on those,
44.
pal.
Don't encourage
Philip,
him.
you require 101.
Well, this is the kind of leg that we have seen from Philip this week, with just a plethora of those one treble visits.
85.
And he misses
Kevin, you require
shot.
123.
for the 5-ton game. 3 tons leading up to that, with a ton at the start. And that would have been
62.
something very
Philip, you
irregular
require
here
16.
in round 1. Round 1 will be over if he finds double 2.
12.
A lifeline for Painter.
Kevin, you require 61.
Okay, that's 16, so 45. Ironically, he could have gone treble 19 there for double 2. I've seen people do that. He's got the single, but
29.
not the double. And Kevin's
Philip, you require
passage
4.
to the exit door may be very near. As
Game,
for Philip Van
shot,
Hasse, though,
and the match,
he gets
Philip
his
Van
second win
Hasse.
against Kevin Painter this week. It's all smiles for now, but it feels like Painter has got too much to do to get himself in the top 2 now. As for Van Hasse, he may do some sort of crazy Houdini act over the course of the day, but if he is to do so, he might need more than a 74 average and 30 and a bit % on his doubles. Ultimately, it's just about the points, and he has them here in Game 3. When we come back, hold on to your hats and everything else, because it's Tommy Morris against Scott Baker.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Philip van Hasse get the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 2. That completes the first round of fixtures on our card for the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees Scott Baker open up a 2-point lead from Peter Hudson and Willie Borland in second and third respectively. Well, next up, hang on to your hats, because this is going to be fast and it's going to be furious as Tommy Morris takes on Scott Baker. Tommy Morris in his debut game got it done in 6 minutes flat to beat Willie Borland by 4 legs to 0, takes on Baker. And whilst we have 2 fast players on the stage and Scott Baker landing a fast game of his own, we thought we'd have a look at some of the fastest games we've ever seen here at the Super Series / Live League. And of course, you can forget Graham Usher. Well, surprise, surprise, he's top 2 on that list. The rest of that top 5 occupied by 2 games this week. 2 games involving Scott Baker. That 6-minute 1 second between him and Chris Quantock. There's some other quick ones in and amongst there as well. Perhaps not a surprise that Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom also feature quite heavily on that list. To be honest, that could have been a Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom slide in itself. So 2 very quick players going toe-to-toe, perhaps fitting on the weekend of the Spanish Grand Prix on the Formula 1 circuit. So the 5 lights are out and it's throw, throw, throw!
I think the lads heard you, Henry. I think there might be F1 fans as well, because let's face it, if we're going to go down the angle of Fast and Furious, this is like Paul Walker versus Vin Diesel, and there's half a mile coming up. Someone can do a game in 5:58. Someone has done one in 6 minutes flat. But who's going to get the points here? Let's face it, it's not about the speed of this game, because we can talk about that till the cows come home. This is about points for Baker, and if
First
he
leg,
can
it's
get
Tommy
the
to throw
points,
first. Game on.
he will be in the chairman's chair when it comes to qualification for Saturday night.
Well, you can't get
100.
around the Nürburgring in 6 minutes, Nico. That's how quick. That was
60.
Tommy.
Can't believe I haven't said rock on Tommy yet.
100.
He's very, very good. I was so impressed with his first game here, beating Willie Borland 4-0. But you made the observation
55.
with that graphic that we've just seen that those fast games both came against Willie Borland.
Who's super
100.
quick himself. You need a good dance partner, Nico.
Yes, you do. I get the feeling if, and please don't take this the wrong way,
100.
Scott, but if Scott Mitchell was playing against these guys, it wouldn't be that quick. This does have the
85.
potential to be the quickest game ever, but from what you've just seen, it'll have to be 4-0.
Yeah.
140. Tommy, you require 116.
Well, if it isn't, it may be the fastest ever 5-legger we've had.
96.
That would be
Scott, you
something if the
require
fastest game ever
146.
was 5 legs. Wouldn't that be funny? Almost a shot at double 13, and you can sense the
90.
importance
Tommy, you require
of the mod
20.
in this game to get 2 points.
Well, you'd have taken notice of what Tommy Morris did in the
10.
opening match
Scott, you require 56.
of his day.
First
Game
blood
shot in the
Baker.
first leg. Scott Baker.
And it's a break. And me and you see, Scott Baker will be enjoying the tempo
Second
of
leg,
this
it's
one.
Scott to throw first.
I'd have had
Game
Tommy
on.
to a standstill.
You would have brought out the safety car.
Yeah, I would have.
59.
And the rain.
That's one thing we don't have to really contend with here
100.
in darts. Precipitation.
Yeah, or flags. Or safety cars.
Having said that, during the pandemic, one of the people on the stage
180.
had a lollipop. I actually know the guy who used to do that. Deddy.
140.
That was the funniest thing ever. What on earth? Now, the Germans are some of the most intelligent people in the world. Dear, oh dear, what was going
100.
on?
Now, we used to have a traffic light system in Southampton for go and stop. But they had a
97.
lollipop. And I believe that that lollipop is at Sport One Studios in Germany. They still have it.
45.
And there are people
Tommy,
who are
require
actually looking to
164.
buy it.
Well, it's a great piece of darting memorabilia.
43.
All for the wrong reasons.
Scott, you require 117.
117 for 2-0. There's dart 1, dart 2, and
Game
dart
shot
3.
in the second
Just like
leg.
that. 15
Scott
darts
Baker.
in less than 90 seconds.
And that was the pace of Tommy Morris in his
Third leg is
opening
Tommy
match.
to throw
90
first.
seconds
Game on.
a leg. My favourite one, Nick. I remember the footprints on the pavements and you had to stand in them.
121.
You still have to when you get your passport checked.
Yeah. No, I'm not a professor, but funny I was right. Eh?
100.
Oh, hilarious.
I don't think there's any pressure on
96.
Tommy Morris today. He can just get a little bit of experience here in Portsmouth, and already I can see somebody scribing his
97.
invitation back because he's perfect for this.
I'm, for some reason, I got it in my head that he was
60.
coming back via invite.
Well, what happens with this format is that
100.
sometimes people get 2 cracks of the whip, but you don't get 2 cracks at Group A.
No.
So he does have a full week
140.
opportunity, potentially. That's not up to me or Mace, it's up to somebody else.
If I was managing him, that would have been the negotiation at around about
121.
5:30
Tommy
when
required
Steph rang me up
84.
last night. I go, well, yeah, we can do that, but when am I playing Group A?
Oh, that was
59.
close.
Because I'd like to see this
Scott, you
fella for a
require
whole week.
83.
Yeah, me too. 32 and
Game shot in the third
3-0.
leg. Scott Baker.
I don't think it's going to have to be a 12-darter. We're in similar territory to yesterday
Fourth leg
when he
is
played
Scott
his
to throw
second game.
first. Game on.
If he gets a 12, he might break it.
Might get a 9, Nico.
180.
But it's really tight. 4 minutes 53.
131.
At this point, I remember Connor Scott running around the Southampton studio trying to get the
100.
fastest game. He was still needing points, but he was so conscious of it.
80.
I think it's too tight. I don't think he's going to get there. He won't care as long as he gets the 4 legs without response because his leg
140.
difference will swell.
It's tight, Nico.
It's close.
We need one of them clocks
81.
like we have on the
Scott, you require
athletics.
It's got to be
81.
quick, Scott. And he's missed the opportunity, so he's fully
49.
focused on the match. Doesn't care about the speed of the game. Had he got that, he would have broken it. And he would have got it better than the opportunity yesterday, which was 5 minutes 43.
140. Scott, you require
Still
32.
going to be under 6.
Is it?
24. Tommy, you require
would have been.
69.
Had he hit dart 3, it would have been 5:59. Now he's got a match on his hands.
Yeah, because this is a break of throw.
It isn't a
57.
break of throw.
Scott, you require
Scott Baker for 12 points and plus 17.
4.
How big will those misses be?
Tommy, you require
Is he
12.
thinking about exactly that, Nico? 12 points and plus 17.
Well, that's awkward for Tommy. His darts do kick over, as that dart illustrates. And he
No
can't
score.
find the 3 o'clock double,
Scott, you
which
require
gives
4.
Baker more chances.
Game.
There it is,
shot.
4-0.
And a match. Scott
And
Baker.
the ideal result for Baker. I could watch those two go at it for days. And look at the smiles. Isn't that great to see? But ultimately, Scott Baker has to settle for 4-0 and a 91 average. But now that he's 4 points ahead at the top of the table and he's only got 3 matches to go, it's now over to the others to see if they can catch him. I'm not sure they're going to. But Kevin Painter will now take on Peter Hudson in what feels like the last time of the week. So stay tuned for that one.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Tilly, the board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Sheesh, I gave it the Formula One build-up, and it was like darts on DRS, wasn't it? As Scott Baker gets a better Tommy Morris 4-0. And if Scott Baker took out the 81, then he would have been possibly on course to have broken the record for the quickest game. But it's he who picks up the points. He is on the darting dozen now. And next up for us is Peter Hudson in action up against Kevin Payne. Let's have a look and see how Peter has done then over the course of the first day's action in Group C. Really impressive numbers from him as he looks to qualify for finals. Like, he currently occupies that second spot, level on legs difference to Willie Borland on 8 points as well. So it looks as if it's going to be a really tight race to the line here. Let's see what happens in this one with Chris and Paul.
Yes, let's find out, Henry, because yesterday when they played, it was Peter Hudson who did it again to Painter. He was one of the players who robbed him of a win. But the man from Eccles took out a ton-plus finish at the very end to win by 4 legs to 3. Not for the first time this week against Kevin. It happened on Monday. He also beat him on Tuesday. So, without going full Craig David, this is Friday, and Kevin is looking for his second win against The Rock.
First leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
It will be their last meeting of the week because Painter, as it stands, after losing to Philip van Gassen, he remains on 2 points in the table with a leg difference of -5.
96.
And you feel with 4 matches to go and a 6-point cushion between himself and his opponent that it's going to be too much of a mountain to climb.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
84.
Hudson closing the gap on Baker.
Okay, we've gone from uniform flights and stems away from a myriad of stuff from yesterday to today just having an odd
97.
flight. Have we got a bucket in the practice room just full of random stuff?
Yes.
21.
He might just be dipping his hand in this. Have you got anything else I can try?
Yes, there's a bucket in there, and I do believe it just got on there
97.
players' old flights and stems, and yeah, I think they go down to some academy somewhere for kids to use or something.
Trying to tell me that Kevin Painter is
133.
taking flights away from the kids.
Yeah, they'll go back in, I'm sure.
Good. I'm very glad about that.
But yeah, there is actual bucket in there, Nico.
Might have to have a little look in there later.
Yeah, I'll show you it
171.
Well, that is some approach from Peter Hudson, isn't it? A 171 to leave tops. And we are of the thinking, because we've seen Kevin throw these flights earlier
93.
this week.
Peter, you require
we think
40.
these are the ones to go with.
Well, I just think he has so much more control in flight with them.
Game shot in the first
Doesn't
leg.
have control of the
Peter
game
Hudson.
because that's a 14-dart start for the Rock. If Matthew Edgar was in the commentary
Second leg
box
is
this
Kevin
week
to
with
throw
Peter Hudson,
first.
yeah, we'd be getting all
Game
sorts
on.
of Dwayne Johnson jokes.
But yeah, you got much more stability in the air with
95.
a standard shaped flight. They're far more forgiving. It slows the dart down.
So by that token, do you have to throw the darts a little bit harder,
46.
or do you have to just take your foot off the gas a little bit and maybe let the flight do the work?
Yeah, ultimately, the cleaner the release, the more
45.
aerodynamic, of course, the dart remains. If there's a lot of weep and wibble in the air, of course, the bigger the flight makes it less aerodynamic, so it slows the dart down, and then you'll fall into that trap where you see players throwing and you think they were throwing from 100 foot away, not 7'9" and a quarter.
Listen, it's hard enough to throw from 7'9" and a quarter. Let's not make the hockey any longer.
It was interesting
57.
yesterday. We were off air. You were talking about a bullseye record that you and Simon Whitlock attempted and, well, achieved.
Yeah. 8 years ago, we went to Melbourne to do some promotional stuff. Actually, it was 9 years ago, 2014, the year that Michael van Gerwen
82.
won the world title for the first time. And we went to Etihad Stadium in Melbourne, and they set up a Guinness World Record attempt for the longest bullseye ever hit. Now, Simon
60.
registered something within 20 minutes. We were given a 3-hour time frame to get the longest bullseye we could possibly get. And we wanted to get it together. We wanted to share it. So when Simon got it after 20 minutes, I was under pressure in the next 2 hours and 40 minutes to equalise it. And I had so many near misses. But ultimately, with 8 minutes to go,
83.
5 metres, 62.
PT require 53.
It was a world record for a very short period of time.
That's insane. How did you throw the dart?
Like John Henderson.
Game shot in the second leg. Peter Hudson.
Well, he's backed up the 14-dart hold with a 14-dart break. He didn't get a max
Third leg is
in
Peter
leg
to
one
throw
like he did in
first.
leg two, but he did get a 171, which I call a max.
Yeah. Just a maximum in a different area of the board, potentially.
100.
I still maintain that if somebody gets a white horse on the stage, we need a sound effect. So if you get the treble 20, treble 19, treble 18, then there should be something on the tannoy for about 2 seconds. Just make it a bit more fun.
56.
Or maybe we can have things ticker along the bottom of the screen.
Well, like Bully with his dictionary.
Yeah. Yeah. Or like when they hit a 180
86.
and they back it up, we have Khalid come up and another one.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, that's a nice little segue about Bullseye because Kevin
50.
won the bronze Bully.
He did, yeah.
I do believe he might have been the last one to win it.
I wonder where that is. He doesn't have it, I know that.
He doesn't. Apparently it's
99.
worth a few quid because it was solid bronze. And I have it on good authority that it is sitting in a storage facility with ITV
33.
Studios in Nottingham.
Ooh, wow. I'll have to see if we can find a way of digging that out. And
Terry Jenkins is tapping things into his keyboard right now, saying, I want to find it. Hudson is checking with the referee. I'm not sure what's confusing him.
42.
He does have a slight lead here, so no pressure. But what is the mindset of Painter if he goes into the final 3 matches of his day? He's got to play Tommy Morris, then he's got to play Scott Baker,
85.
and he's got Willie Ball, and so
horrible.
fast, fast, fast. He might not have much hockey time for the rest of the day.
134.
Beautiful, beautiful setup from Hudson. Oh, he's maintaining an average in excess of 102 as we come to the
95.
end of
PT
leg
require
3.
40.
Sarcastic fist raise from Kevin.
Game shot in the third leg.
14,
Peter Hudson.
14 and 17 darts give Hudson a 3-0 lead. 45 darts.
Fourth leg is Kevin
You
to
don't
throw
need
first.
me to remind
Game
you.
on.
at 45 darts in 3 legs is 100.20.
You don't need to be a genius to
99.
figure out why Peter Hudson is called The Rock, because of the very famous American actor that was called Rock Hudson. He was born back in 1925.
45.
Amazing actor, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In some real old classics.
He was a big lad as well, 6'5".
Yeah.
42.
I wonder he played a villainous character.
That's when movie stars were real movie stars, like James
60.
Dean and
John Wayne,
Clark Gable.
Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, now you're talking my language. A little bit of Cary Grant is good. You know how he used to keep fit?
122.
He used to always take the stairs, never took an elevator in his life.
Wow.
Just a mindless fact for you there. Well, the artist has no brush in this one,
100.
unfortunately. It's hard for us to watch this, we have to be honest, because Kevin's a very good friend of ours, and we wanted the best for him this week. But
85.
I would say, with a tournament on his horizon in the very next couple of weeks, I hope he's got some information from this week so he can go in the right direction.
Yeah, I think he would
140.
come into this week with
Kevin, you
possibly
require
a
153.
new set of darts that he was settled on. Then maybe he could have used it for just that, especially, you know,
43.
today when
PT require
his races run.
156.
Stay there for a match-winning double. Double 18. That would have been
120.
his biggest finish.
Kevin, you
of
require
the week.
110.
So a well-thrown dart in terms of the technical aspect. Thinking, no, thanks for that.
92. PT require
That's
36.
exactly what he was thinking. I don't know what he's thinking
shot,
now.
And the match.
But
Peter
Hudson gets a
Hudson.
vital 2 points for his challenge for the top 2 of the table. He can't finish KP off with another ton plus out for the 3rd time this week, but he does go to 10 points in the table. And because his leg difference and points were identical to that of Willie Borland, that 98.56 average has come at a brilliant time. So over to you, Willie. If you can't beat Philip van Gasse, you got problems.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So it was a case of solid as a rock for Peter Hudson as he gets the better of Kevin Painter. 4-0 for 98.5 average and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Next up for us, Willie Borland up against Philip van Hasse. This now becoming a crucial game in that race for finals night qualification. Watching this one in the commentary box, Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, absolute key for Willie to keep in touch. Peter Hudson, who has just moved on to 10 points, 2 clear. Now, Willie can find a 4-0 win. We'll go all level again in that second and final position in terms of qualification from this Group C. What was the result from yesterday, Nico?
It was Willie Borland 4, Philip van Hasse 2. Started to sound like the guy who used to do the video printer there. 82.39 the average and 4 out of 10 on the doubles. It was fine.
Yeah, this was the start where Willie just started to go off the boil, wasn't it?
Yeah. Whereas he was chock-a-block with big
First
scores
leg,
and
it's
doubles
Willie to
early
throw
on.
first.
Just seemed
Game
to lose his
on.
touch by round 4 and 5. Now this is the end of round
85.
2 today. And it hasn't taken long because we've had 3 4-0s, a 4-1 and a 4-2.
140.
There is a slim chance for Van Hasse to get himself into that top 2 by the end of the day. But
125.
the result he's just seen did not help that case. He needed Painter to do him a favour to keep Hudson on 8. All Philip can do
100.
is get to 12 points. Baker's already there. Hudson's within 1 win of that. Any loss, and Philip, for me,
100.
is saying hello to his flight back to Belgium.
Yep, absolutely. Because, of course, William Peter
100.
will meet
97.
Game 12.
Philip, you
Yeah.
require
So there's
161.
another 2-point swing.
You could look at it another way, actually. He could come in here today and
137.
think, I'm not
Will he
gonna
require
qualify anyway.
94?
But what I am going to do is I'm going to enjoy my last 5 games.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen a great
58.
deal of emotion from Philip
Philip,
this
you
week.
require 24.
But I've enjoyed watching him. A really good, uncomplicated player with a little bit of
Game
class.
shot in the first leg.
Well, we like a
Philip
bit of
van
old
Hasse.
school, Nico, don't we?
Yeah, we do. In fact, you know what? We should have a week. I'm just throwing it out
Second
there.
leg is Philip to
where
throw first.
everybody's got to
Game
dress
on.
old school. So yes, get the Farahs on with the bell-bottom trousers with the old
Maybe a bit of white shoes.
shiny monk strap loafers.
180.
No trainers, no plimsolls, Willie, and
140.
dart shirts that have no sponsors on them and bowling collars. Old school darts week.
Jumpers
100.
allowed. And jumpers with jackets. Oh, that's quite modern now, isn't it? Some light knitwear and a
100.
blazer.
And I hate to say it to young referees like Justin Bradshaw and Danny McNamara, but full suited and booted, I'm afraid, lads.
Dicky bowed up.
Yeah,
60.
just like Jack Price from back in the day.
Yeah. What a wonderful referee he was. Friend of the family. Did the calling
91.
for the West of England.
Philip, you
back
require
in the day.
161.
Absolute gentleman, Jack.
It's one of John Part's favourite friends, isn't it? Gentleman Jack.
He likes a wee dram.
90. Will he require 170?
Sensibly picking off the ball there for Philip. Oh, hello. Oh, he's just the kind of player that would...
98.
Do you know as well, Nico, when
Philip,
he
you
did
require
that,
71.
that was on my birthday. The
Yeah.
9 darter against Bradley, yeah. 17th of December, 2021.
Fine
Game shot in the second leg.
Fine
Philip van
shot
Hasse.
from Philip. To be honest with you, I remember calling that game, the TalkSport 2,
Yep.
and
Third
it's
leg is
one of
Willie
my
to throw
favourite
first. Game
calls
on.
I've ever had. sometimes things just land on you. I mean, your call for the Mensa Sudovic 161, I still have the
123.
voice clip. And whenever I need spine tingles, I just listen to it. But that call of the 9 darter for Willie Borland, that almost put me in
66.
throat hospital.
Well, the irony of that day is we were having a discussion and we pretty much pick between ourselves which matches we want to
100.
do and in what order. And Nick goes, "Oh, really, do you want to do that game?" I go, "No, you're right. Nick, you take it, mate. You take it. You take the kids. You know more about them than me."
Oops.
26.
We've got our little production office, and I'm sat there going, "This is unbelievable." And it was, even without that 9, it would have been an
96.
unbelievable game.
Absolutely. It was a special contest. And a big shout to Bradley Brooks,
Yeah.
who played superbly in that game. And for the second year in succession, had lost in a deciding set. The previous year, he was
55.
2-0 up in sets to Dirk van Dijvenbode and lost.
Like I say, for a great match, you need a great dance partner, and
55.
Willie Borland certainly had one on that day.
And why was he looking over his shoulder there?
Well, there's nothing up on the balcony.
140. Willie, you require
Hope there's no ghosts out there.
127. 59.
Well, treble 19 would have left him double 15. And I think he's just realised he might have made an error there.
100. Willie, you require
68
68.
then to stop Philip from getting a 3-0 advantage. And let us
36.
not forget,
Philip, you require
Willie hasn't won a leg yet
114.
today. He hasn't hit a double.
6-0. Is it going to be 7? No.
That's about as much emotion as we've had from Philip this week.
58. Willie, you require 32.
Double 8. And
Game
he's
shot
got
in the
his first
third
double
leg.
of the
Willie
day, and he's having to
Borland.
fight for them as well. They're not coming to him as naturally as yesterday. He does need
Fourth leg
a
is
week
Philip to throw
that
first.
bolsters his confidence because his
Game
form has
on.
not been great over the last 6 months. He needs to start going in the right direction.
Well, the last time here, he most definitely did. I'd seen a vast improvement. I'd obviously looked at his numbers
100.
in the various tours he's played in, and I agree with you. There was fear coming in, and I put his numbers out there.
137.
And when he played last time, in the early stages, he was smashing them out of the park like he did here yesterday.
There you can see the angle of entry for Philip.
100.
Somewhat similar to that of the Scot, but from a different portion of the oche, from the right-hand side.
140.
If Borland can get the win, we'll talk about the leg difference a little bit later.
135.
To 10 points with Hudson and 2 points behind Baker. That happens, we've got a 3-horse race, and we've got a very interesting next round of matches. Painter takes
57.
on Tommy Morris. Baker takes on Borland in the middle match, which was the almost record-setting fastest match yesterday. And Hudson takes on Van Hasse.
22. Willie, require 167.
are starting to flow for Willie.
139. Philip, you require
It's amazing what happens
144.
when you get your first double of the day.
Oh, that would have come out of his hand, and he'd have thought, that's close.
You know what? He gave it every chance as well.
88.
When you heard the clip
Willie,
of the
you
wire, you
require
thought for a
28.
second, has it just found that lipstick?
Mm.
That
Game
has.
shot on the fourth leg.
And he's going
Willie
for it today.
Borland.
I don't mind that on Fridays because there's a lot at stake here this week. Not just money for making Saturday.
Fifth leg, it's Willie to throw
a chance
first.
to get through
Game
to
on.
Champions Week. £5,000 for the winner of week 4. And then ultimately the chance to come back
96.
at the end of July and be involved in a week that will get you £20,000 more potentially.
Yeah, it's huge for the players, especially for Willie Borland. He certainly won't
60.
be earning that kind of money on the various tours.
57.
Willie is currently sitting
100.
at 23rd in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit for £2,050. If you consider how many games he's played,
140.
it's quite a lot, actually, for the amount that he's won. I mean, don't get me wrong, the money for the Challenge Tour is exceptional compared to what it used to be like. And in the words of Eddie Hearn, we don't even need a Challenge
100.
Tour. It's there because we want it to be there. And I think it's a great thing. But ultimately, coming
96.
here and doing the Challenge Tour and some ADC stuff, that's what these players are having to do.
Yeah, well, I look at it this way. Pre-ADC and demise of the then BDO,
100.
where does
Will you
the
require 112?
next generation of players come from, Nico? Where are they going to learn their
72.
craft? Well,
Philip, you require
under this
141.
church roof.
It is a craft. Full props to Willie for getting
turning this
himself-
one around.
Yeah,
22.
he was in the
Will you
bin.
require 40?
Had Van Gasse hit a double in like 3.
Game shot in the fifth
But now
leg.
Borland
Willie
is
Borland.
3-2 up, courtesy of that 16 darter. And that stride of his is just a bit more bouncy now.
Sixth leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
It's been a fabulous response. Was 2-0 down and in the doo-doo. A 20 dart, edgy leg. Started the fight back
140.
of legs in 14 and 16. He's in the zone.
140.
Somebody get him some dental floss because he's got the bit between his teeth. When he looks at the board from the edge of the stage there, he's looking at it with intensity.
100.
Sometimes you dread your next visit. Right now, Borland is looking forward to it.
57.
Philip has been a bit of a thorn in the side of some players this week. And he has succumbed to quite a few
140.
defeats. But I think he'll go back to Belgium, whatever happens this week,
140.
with another great experience in what
Philip, you
has
require
been a very good
121.
international career and a good domestic career.
Yeah, I love to get the feedback from players that. Oh wow!
Game shot in the
A
sixth leg.
12
Philip Van
darter,
Hasse.
a 1-2-1 checkout to take this game to a decider.
Did he just give us the most
Seventh and final
nonchalant
leg. It's Willie to throw
finger
first.
point at the
Game
dartboard
on.
in the history of the sport?
Yeah, I just would love to hear from him.
97.
Obviously, there's the language barrier just to get his take on it, and you know what's been his highlights, what's he's enjoyed most about it. He obviously loves the
60.
competition because he's been switched on. There's been no negative body language from him, and it's been a tough old week.
Yeah, not
77.
one bit of negative body language, and a lot of young players could learn a thing or two from Philip, that's for sure.
I was just about to say that, Nico. They could take a leaf out of his book.
I tell you what, the one person that I used to learn a lot from when I was a kid,
44.
he used to point at the board as well, a certain Bob Anderson. And I want to take this personal standpoint because of what's coming up.
125.
Bob is about to play his last televised tournament, and what a servant to the game he has been for the last 40 years, even longer than that maybe. And
100.
it's going to be a joyous day, a joyous occasion, but also a rather poignant one as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an emotional
92.
day because even back in sort of mid, I don't know, 2005, 2006, and then we had the League of Legends, which he obviously went on to win. and
26.
There was
Will
nothing
you
else
require
for him, and it was
110?
quite sad because he was still playing at a really decent level then.
A drop dart, a dart he can retrieve and use for the match.
92.
And if you want to be there to see Bob Anderson playing his final tournament, head over to dartshop.tv. Tickets available there. Very
46.
well, they're priced
Will you require
perfectly for me.
18?
The split option. And the
Game,
win for
shot,
Borland, who
and the
goes
match,
4
Willie
legs.
Borland.
A lot better than he thought he probably could do, because let's face it, he could have been 3-0 down. He ended up being 3-2 up, and then got himself off the floor and put in what looks like a very good performance. just shy of 94 in the average, 44% on the doubles, and he is very much part of a 3-person jamboree looking for the top 2 here in Group C. That's got a bit of a ring to it. We're going to have a bit of a break now, but when we come back at around 3 o'clock with some more live darts for you, it will be Kevin Painter up against Tommy Morris.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we are 6 games down for our day here in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw Willie Borland claim a crucial 4-3 victory against Philip van Hassel. Let's have a look then and see what that does to the table. Remember, 7 players involved in this table. As Prakashir withdrew, Tommy Morris came into the equation. Scott Baker leads the way on 12 points. And Peter Hudson and Willie Borland now in a 2-horse race for that final spot through to tomorrow night's final from Group C. As for Philip van Hassel, well, there's still a mathematical chance that he can go through if he wins his last 3 matches, but Morris, Painter, they're out the equation. Obviously, Prakashir no longer part of the field. Right, we're going to take a short break before we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV at 3 o'clock. But don't forget, tonight from 10 o'clock, we're going to see the conclusion to Group B here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's going to feature an all-time legend of the competition in Colin Osborne. He's got a bit of a fight on his hands, though, to qualify his way into the finale. And before play got underway last night, myself and Paul Nicholson sat around the table to have a chat with Colin about his Super Series career. Well, when you talk about legends of the MODUS Super Series, none come much bigger, none come much better than Colin Osborne. Colin, well, it's kind of been your competition, a competition you've made your own, and you've kind of found this stardom through this competition.
Yeah, that's right, H. It's I feel comfortable here, you know, and obviously playing on the stage, you know, it's been a few years since I've been back on the stage, and obviously getting the opportunity to come and play again. But I just feel comfortable. I feel at home with the place, yeah.
What is it about this competition that makes you feel so at home?
I think just the surroundings, the setup, obviously yourselves, you know what I mean. The staff are all involved, you know, the players, and it's just, and again, to play, you want to play on the stage, and this is like the second best thing to the, you know, the big stages as such.
Does it feel like where you are with darts at the minute, it kind of gave you kind of that second birth for the sport again?
It did. It not so much revitalised my career because I was going in the right direction anyway. But once you come and you experience it, you know what I mean. You get the bug and it spurs you on, you know, to go back, put the hard work in, you know, and it's lovely to be invited all the time.
Do you know how many games you've played since you started at the beginning of a couple of years ago?
Off the top of my head, Paul, I haven't got a clue. I know I've played a few.
Not that you need the motivation,
Yeah.
because I know what you're like. We go back 15 years, and you've taught me a lot. You're still doing it. I'm the one that's commentating now, so you've got longevity, like the likes of Painter and some other players who are, you know, approaching their 50s and into their 60s even. But you're over 400 games, and motivation-wise, if you do make the final this week, you will become the biggest game player in the history of this event and overtake Robert Owen. So is that something you would like to do this week?
Well, possibly if that's the case, you know. Obviously, I've come down to Germany today and tomorrow night, you know, and hopefully get through to Saturday. And I'm here for one reason: it's to win the competition, you know. But going back to obviously playing so many games, it's I've got the younger and desire again for the game, and I've got nothing to prove to nobody. I just love the game, you know. And obviously, MODUS with this, it's given us the opportunity, you know, to go out there and express ourselves.
Was there one moment over the last couple of years that made you realise how much you loved playing in this format? Because you've had a 9-darter, you've had 4 weekly wins as well, and if you get another weekly win, you will equalise Robert Owen for the most weekly wins at 5. But was there one moment over the last couple of years that really stands out more than anything else?
Obviously the 9 when we were in Southampton, you know, and I've recorded some decent ton-plus averages, you know. But it's I could put my finger on quite a few, but there's also I've been on the other side of the fence where I've had a lot of disappointments over losing out by 1 leg, or you know, when it was on averages. I know now we have a 9-dart shootout, but there's quite a few good moments there's been for me. Yeah.
When you walk through that door, like tonight, for the first time in a new series, what are those feelings like?
Coming down today, I can't wait to get here. I've just come from the hotel there, and I've just spoke to my missus, and she's asked, "How are you feeling?" I'm coming home as such. I feel great. You know, I feel relaxed. I'll go in there, prepare myself like I always do, and then hopefully I'll step up tonight and you know, show some stuff what I can actually do.
Have there been any other players in the practice room that have really spurred you on, or is there, you know, a couple of players that you want to mention that have been real allies to you over the last couple of years in either venue?
Not so much really. I'm a people's person, Paul, as you know. I get on with everybody, you know. And you come in here some weeks and there's probably some people I've not seen for 5, 6, 10 years, or the lads who I've not ever met. But I just be myself, you know. We get in there, have a bit of fun, but when we step on the stage here, it's war.
And it's a different type of competition in the respect that you're in a room with, by and large, 5 other people tonight, 4 in your case, and you've got to all get along with one another, whereas perhaps in normal competition play, if you know you're playing a game against so-and-so, you probably try and stand the other side of the room to someone. Did that initially take a little bit of time of getting used to?
Not for myself personally, HR, because obviously of playing at the top level, it's I'll be myself. I'll go in there and we'll play. We'll have a bit of, you know, a bit of fun, you know, laughing a joke, but subconsciously I'm ready to kill them, basically.
Over the last couple of years, you've won weekly titles, you've had your ups and downs like you've mentioned, but what's been the biggest change, apart from going from Southampton to here, which is obviously a massive change? What's been the biggest change you've seen in the last 24 months?
For me personally, Paul, it's I've been putting a lot of hard work in. You know, I've got a small team around me now. We know it's really small. You know, you can count on one hand, and that's what I've realised from being where I was to going how far down I went, and everybody wants to be your friend. But I've realised I've got a small team around me, and I'm still me. You know, I still get on with everybody. You know, I'm polite and everything and that, but it's people don't come inside my circle now.
Was it different, say, 12 years ago when you were winning your last tour title? It was in Gladbeck, in Germany, beating James Richardson in a final. I was really hopeful that it was going to be me and you in that final. It wasn't. But at the time, were there any thoughts that that your game was maybe not as strong as it was? and the thought of that being your last title in the PDC to date, is that something unbelievable to you?
I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't get my head around it because I come on the scene like overnight. You know, I started winning things and qualifying for Boltons and match plays, and hitting 9 darters, and going and travelling. You know, and it was still all new to me then. You know, I've mentioned it previously in other interviews. The snowball effect was an understatement. But obviously, that last competition when I beat James in Germany, never in a million years I would have thought that was the last time I would have been on the stage, up to date. Because, like I said, I've got so much more to offer. You know, I'm in a good place. I'm comfortable. I'm happy with how things are. Personal life's great, and I've got nothing to prove, but only to myself. And there's some unfinished business for me.
How important is it to have that happiness and to have no weight on your shoulders before you throw a dart? Because there are people who carry weights up the stairs in their personal life. Does it make a massive difference knowing that everything's okay when you win and when you lose?
Oh, for me personally, it's obviously you need the ability, but my personal opinion, I've got very good hand-eye coordination, and I would say 90% is upstairs. If the slightest thing, you know, if you take it onto the stage or even floor ones, once that seed's in there, it's all mental for me. It's a total mental game.
And it feels like as well, on top of your playing capacities, off the hockey as well, we brought through a lot of really good young players in this competition. And whenever you're here and there is a younger player, someone in maybe their early 20s, maybe just slightly younger than that, you seem to, in the practice room, play this role of someone, almost like a mentor. How nice has that been for you? Even though, of course, when you're on the hockey, as you mentioned, you want to kill your opposition. Is it nice that you can actually sit in a practice room and help that next generation of players come through?
100% H, and it's like I always say, like you say, with the younger lads and stuff, and I'll never preach to anybody. You know, all I can do is give them advice, you know, from my situation, you know, I've probably experienced a bit at the very top of the game to the very bottom of the game. And like you say, I won't preach. If I can give a bit of advice and if they take it on board, then so be it. But it's nice that I can do that, and I suppose I find a bit of comfort in it as well, you know, to mention my ups and downs in the game, you know, to the younger lads.
This is probably the wrong question to ask you, Colin, but I know that you're pretty much invested in doing exactly what you want to do tonight and the following night and obviously the week. But beyond that, what are the ambitions here and beyond?
Oh, like you say, Paul, I'm my younger for the game, and I still feel I've got one last hurrah in the game. 100%, you know, where my game is, how I feel mentally. Like you say, I've been trying the last few years for Q school and stuff, and it's just, you need that little bit of luck as well. But I'm 100% sure in my ability. I've definitely got one last hurrah, 100%.
Could it be here? Could it be the Champions Week?
This is the springboard age, you know what I mean? With this competition being on, like you say, over the last 18, 24 months, it keeps us sharp. It keeps us prepped, you know, going forward. But yes, like I say, hopefully it's this week at Champions Week, and then, you know, we look towards January for Q School. So yeah, I'll always be in it to win it.
The fire's still burning brightly, but without this competition, where do you think your career and your darts would be at?
I'd still been doing the circuit, which I do. But like you said, this has been a massive input for myself personally. You know, because with Southampton and coming down here, it's and again, it gives us a platform to go and play on the big stage. And
in terms of evolution, as you say, you've been here right from the very start. What's been the biggest changes from here? Obviously, we've moved into this venue here in Portsmouth. That's quite a notable one. But what do you think the biggest change has been here as you've seen this progress over a period of time?
It's just how professional everything is. You know, everything is run so professional, like you say. Going back when I was playing in the big competitions on TV, and it's going out live, which we do, and everything is on the money. You know, everything is pinpointed. The way when we come in, the way we get treated, the setup, everything. It's I can't fault it.
One last question from me, and I'm someone who's actually played on this hockey, and I know how good it is. But I want to hear from you because you are probably going to play the most matches by the end of the summer. How good is this throw?
It's even when we come from Southampton to this venue, Paul. Excuse me. I'd first walked in and I'd stood up actually on the stage and I didn't even have my darts. I just walked in and I threw 3-4 air shots and because they were doing the cameras and I didn't want to get my darts. And then when I'd come and played my first game on the night, and soon as I'd chucked, and obviously the microphone behind the board, and you either dum, dum. It was like, as daft as it seems, like walking on the match play stage, you know, or the World Championships. I say I can't praise it enough.
And finally, from me, if you could describe the Super Series in one word, what would it be?
Fantastic.
Nice, simple word. And actually, can I just say on a personal basis, my first ever game of the Super Series was Colin Osborne's. This is a nice full circle interview. Well, Colin, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your efforts and your contributions that you've given to this competition over the last 18 months, 24 months. It's been much appreciated from everybody our side, and wish you all the best, obviously, this week and all your endeavours going forward. Well, we talk about legends at the Super Series. There may well be none bigger than that man, Colin Osborne. And we're going to see the legend that is Colin Osborne back in action from 10 o'clock this evening as we conclude our coverage in Group B. It's going to be live for us on the Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, to give you a little bit of a flavour and a warm-up for the resumption of play at 3 o'clock, we thought we'd give you a bit more fast and furious darts for you and recap yesterday's fantastic match between Willie Borland and Scott Baker.
First leg, it's Willie to throw first.
Was value at evens. They're now, in response to the performances so far today of
96.
Baker, they've gone 5-6 each of 2. So there's been movement.
I think the hardest job that anybody's got in this game is the referee.
Yeah.
Now, every referee you talk to, they say they love a quick game. But there's quick,
58.
then there's this quick.
Yeah, and you've... Well, he'd be happy about the short 10 seconds we have in between legs, because otherwise it would be, Willie, you require game shot, Scott Baker, to throw first.
139.
Every referee's been in that situation once, where they've called a maximum, then said, such and such you require a game shot in the next leg. Yeah, it's all said in one breath.
Yeah, and the referees
58.
that normally have a bellowing 180, like a Russ Bray or a Kurt Bevins, they just shorten them right up.
119. Willie, you require 150.
Well, we're not going to break a minute for the first leg.
Wouldn't have been far off.
118.
Exactly.
Scott, you require
Big asked for
141.
141, but he's had a 144. Double 12. Oh,
Game
boy,
shot in the first
that was
leg.
sublime
Scott
from
Baker.
Baker. Just brilliant. He's in such good form.
Where has this come from?
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
1 minute 19 for that first leg. So if you've got your clocks out and you've got your little sweepstakes, at the speed of this game,
140.
with the 10-second breaks in between, if it goes 4-0,
43.
it could be one of the quickest we've ever had.
He was unable to attend the Jack
60.
Jones Memorial. I was in the same boat, unable to because of commitments
96.
down here, but it was won by Wayne Jones.
60.
Jack Jones, a massive. It was a massive. He was a massive influence on county
134.
darts over the years. I wonder where he's tucked himself away and been putting in the hours on the
60.
board, because he's have to have been grafted. You know, he's a very natural player, but his level of play
58.
right now is very, very good.
Some people are infuriating in the fact just do
140.
it when
Willie,
you
you
wake
require
up.
170.
Another. Baker will get a chance to double the
98.
lead.
Scott, you require 41.
Double 16. And
Game
that's
shot in the
2-0
second leg.
in
Scott
3 minutes
Baker.
and 1 second. Now, the quickest game we've ever had, 5 minutes 48 seconds, Graham Usher
Third
beating
leg
Andy
is Willie to
Jenkins.
throw first. Game
I don't
on.
think he's going to break that.
140.
But then again, he might.
100.
I've got to try those 14-gram darts, mace. They look rather easy to throw.
I think he's just
58.
making them look easy to throw. They're very hard to control.
But when they come together,
140.
there's very little violence in that deflection. And it
Yeah.
works for Stephen Bunting as well, who's got a very light dart.
133.
He's determined to get a 170 in this game, Willie Borland.
Second time he's left it in this match.
100. Will he require 170?
If anything, he's speeding up with Scott. And the last time he was on
94.
170,
Scott, you require 161.
Scott was on 141 and took it the next turn.
Not this time.
99. Will he require 76?
Interesting.
Double 8. Chance
60.
for 3-0.
Scott, you require
It's
62.
almost pointless talking about anything else apart from the game because it's that quick. Double top. 3-0.
Game shot in the third.
Right.
Just
leg.
like that.
Scott Baker.
If he can not do this one in 12 with the throw, we're going to be on record pace.
It's a shame about that 10-second break.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
After these 3 darts are thrown, we'll tell you the time.
60.
4 minutes 54. He's not going to get there.
He doesn't know he's that close either.
He doesn't concern himself with
140.
stats
Right.
or averages. He just plays. If everybody could be a little bit more Scott Baker or a little bit more Willie Borland,
180.
you'd probably play better because you wouldn't be thinking about exterior influences.
93.
Yeah, you'd have absolutely, totally unaware of what we're waffling on about in regards to the fastest
100.
match. It just added a different dimension to the game, didn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly what Cypher said in the Matrix.
121. Scott,
Ignorance
you
is
require
bliss.
161.
30 in darts.
Bullseye.
136.
That was a match dart. And
Will
he
you require
could have broken it
147?
had he hit the ball.
Yeah, it would have been 5 minutes 43. That would have been a new record.
43.
Oh, so close.
Scott, you require 25.
We've had a record this week on the leg difference. He hasn't broken the fastest
Game,
game, but
shot,
he was
and
so
match.
close.
Scott
He's
Baker.
actually broken 6 minutes. 5 minutes 58 for that game, and he just lagged on the record by 10 solitary seconds. What a win of 4 legs to 0 by Scott Baker. 98.56 and 80% on the doubles. That was brilliant.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we are continuing the action in Group C, and we are around about the halfway point of our daily action. Paul Nicholson has been watching all the action in the commentary box. Now, for those of you who have just joined us here on Sporty Stuff TV, Prakash Jiwa withdrew from the competition overnight and has been replaced by Tommy Morris. He's already been involved in action a couple of times today. We can have a look and see the results so far, Paul, and what it has been is fast and furious.
Yeah, you're not kidding. We had another scare for the fastest game possible, but when Tommy Morris was playing against Scott Baker, we knew that that was going to be fast based on what we saw from Tommy in Game 2 when he took out Willie Boland by 4 legs to nil. That actually turned out to be the third fastest game that we've had in the history of this tournament. So, yes, fast and furious is very fair to say, but we have had some very important results since then. Van Gassa is now out of contention, and it's now a 3-horse race between Boland, Hudson and Baker at the top for 2 spots.
Well, we can have a look a bit more at that 3-horse race now and have a look at the table. It's very much in the hands of Scott Baker as things stand. 12 points to his name and a very healthy leg difference as well.
Yeah, it is. That's almost the same as having an extra 2 points on top of the 12 that he's already got. So Hudson will be feeling good about being second at this point, but he can't relax at any point. For me, he'll be thinking, if I can win the next 3 games, I'm all right. But it's going to be very hard to do so.
It could pretty much go down to that game between Hudson and Boland now.
We think so. And the same as Group A, we said with Kevin Blommer and Christian Kist. When we got to that, we were all excited. It ended up being a bit of a canter for Christian. But we hope that's not the case today. We'd love it to go down to that, but there will be another match after that. So plenty of possibilities.
What's been your assessment on Willie Boland today?
Puzzling, really. I was really excited about him yesterday when we started. His levels have dropped, but what I do admire about him from today is that he knows exactly what he's got to do. He was under the pump against Philip in that previous game, but he was able to get himself off the floor, not once but twice, and figure out how to get the points anyway. He's showing some grit.
Well, Tommy Morris came into the competition today as a late replacement for Prakash Jiwa, and he's most certainly hit the ground running, that is for sure, at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He got out the tracks flying, beating Willie Boland by 4 legs to nil, and doing so in some really impressive fashion. And, well, he was wiring finishes, taking out big finishes, and, well, he got it done in 6 minutes flat. He
was wonderful, wasn't he? I mean, this is a great approach. Down to 38, Willie Boland was thinking, I don't really know who this guy is. But I think everybody knows who he is now. We had some information from the likes of Scott Mitchell and some of our production staff today, but that first leg, 13 darts, and it was a bit of a key to what was going to happen over the next 6 minutes.
If you are Tommy Morris and you're walking into this, obviously, last-minute replacement, there's no pressure on you, how would you go into the environment? What would you be setting your targets for the day?
I don't think there was a target. I think he would just come here, think, I've got 5 matches, I'm going to gain some free experience. But already we expect a level of performance from him. But he doesn't strike me as the kind of player that's going to feel any sort of exasperation at defeat, because it's not going to harm him in the league table. He's not going to qualify. He's on a freebie. And I remember back in Southampton, Jamie Kelling got a call up on a Friday when Jamie Caven couldn't play. He won all of his games that day. And that can sometimes work in your favour. If he wants to put himself on the map for sponsors or potentially an invite back, this is a great opportunity for that. And he's not doing his chances any discredit whatsoever. He takes on Kevin Painter in our next match. We know Kevin can't qualify, but look, we know what Kevin's like. He'll want to finish this on as much a high as possible. Absolutely. It's all about the exclamation point, and I think it's about getting the right kind of information for his next challenge after this. If he can understand what elements of equipment and elements of his game he can use in the next few weeks, then that for me is a win in itself. Ready to sprint? Yes. Because it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, it's going to be excellent as we conclude our Group C session here at the MODUS Super Series. It sees Kevin Painter in action first up against Tommy Morris. Paul Nicholson is going to race his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason for all of the commentary. Hello, Chris.
Afternoon, Henry. And yes, Kevin Painter in, well, 3 weeks or so's time will be heading down to Yeovil for the World Seniors Masters. This is sort of a final opportunity to hone his skills going into that one, but been very impressed with Tommy Morris, who I've nicknamed the Duke. stepping in last minute, his opening match today. Fired in a very impressive 4-0 win in 6 minutes flat. The
First leg is Kevin to throw first.
Quickest
Game on.
time in Super Series history, and it wasn't just quick, it was quality. A finish of 111, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and an average of 100.20.
180.
Afternoon.
59.
My friend and colleague, Paul Nicholson. How are you, pal?
Yes, very well. Welcome to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV for Friday afternoon. Hope
Yes.
you are well yourselves.
Welcome to our viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff. Sit down,
58.
get your seatbelt on, because this could be quite frantic this afternoon. It's going to be fast and furious,
140.
Nico.
He's definitely got some facial expressions, has Tommy. He looks rather hungry.
Nice fella. Had a brief chat with him, and another one of these players that is very conscious
140.
about keeping fit and healthy. Just saying, with his
132.
well,
Kevin, you
newfound
require
fame, I suppose you could
123.
call it in the sport, and he was saying, how did you do it back in the day with regards to eating? I said, we didn't. That was the problem. And he said, yeah, I find it hard staying in hotels and travelling, but he's switched on
55.
with what he
Tommy, you
needs to
require
do,
170.
and I like that.
He knew what he needed to do right there, but
60.
only grabbed 60 points.
Kevin, you require
instead
68.
of 120 for a shot at the bull. Painter's had a maximum to start game 7. Double 4 to finish it.
You do not
64.
want to be giving goes to
Tommy, you
Morris
require
at numbers like
110.
this, especially the way, well, KP has been rolling so far this week.
78. Kevin, you
A very
require
unusual
4.
grip, hasn't he, Tommy? There's a lot of fingers on the barrel.
Game shot in the first leg. Kevin Painter.
Oh, a tidy enough hold there for Kevin, has to be said. We're not seeing the shiny shoes.
Second leg is
We're
Tommy
seeing
to
more
throw
of
first.
a
Game
brogue. Looks like a bit like a Goodwin Smith.
Check you out knowing your shoes.
on. 140.
Well, I was a little, well, not surprised, but outshoed by MVG when he was asked the question the other day in one of these random Q&A things. How many pair of shoes do you have? And he said,
100.
well over 100. I know, right?
Wow. I get accused of having a lot as well,
Yeah,
but
well,
I'm nowhere near that.
41.
I've got about 30, and I've got about 12 box fresh pairs of trainers, and one brand because I just like them.
Yeah, I think I might be in the wheelhouse of about 20. You
140.
got a favourite pair?
I do, but and they're Goodwins, and I've wore them out. I need to go and take them
100.
into a cobbler's and get them resold because those kind of shoes are not throwaway jobs.
No, back in the day, I used to get shoes repaired.
Yeah.
I didn't throw them away or give them to a charity of some sort. You would actually
97.
get more life out of them by repairing them. My favourite shoes are actually a pair that I bought around 3 weeks
45.
before we lost our friend Nigel
Kevin, you
Pearson.
require 164.
A pair of Nike Air Jordan 1s in white, green, and gold. They are
Box fresh.
rather snazzy. Unfortunately, I do like to wear them. I could have kept them in the box as an investment, but I decided, no, I'm going to wear these things.
Well, I keep all
128.
my shoes and trainers boxed, so I wear them, clean them, and put them back in the box.
I do have the boxes.
135. Kevin, you require
Wow.
36.
Can Kevin Painter it? Fine double 18 for 2-0. Where has this come from?
The misses at double have been quite big.
18.
Example,
Tommy, you require 40.
one there, Your Honour.
Double top for Tommy. Got a nice ring to that, actually. Double 5 for Tommy doesn't. He doesn't
35.
find it. See, Seems to
Kevin,
have
you require 18.
fallen from the level that he showed in his first game today against Willie Ball, and maybe a little less adrenaline pumping through the veins.
Well, last time out, it was none from 10 against Scott Baker.
Game shot in the second leg. Kevin
Backs up to
Painter.
16 with a very tidy 17. Not before a bit of a scare.
I suppose you could say that leg 2 was unboxed.
Third leg is Kevin
by
to throw
Kevin
first.
Painter there.
Game on.
Yeah, I think Kevin's got a lot of garments in his wardrobe that
60.
he just adores. He doesn't buy a lot of stuff, but when he gets something, he takes genuine care of it.
95.
Oh, all of his cars. He's very much a car man as well, and he's always had a nice motor, and they're absolutely immaculate. He's the kind of guy you want to buy a second-hand car from,
96.
because they are absolutely loved.
Kind of person you don't want to spill anything next to,
140.
especially his car.
Yeah, don't get in it.
I've actually travelled with Kevin on a few occasions to Wigan Players Championships. Great fun. And down to Exeter to do exhibitions.
36.
He is a different person, and he knows this. When you take him away from a competitive environment, he is
99.
genuinely one of the funniest people I've ever met.
Yeah, I had an AMG Mercedes back in the day, and I took him and Michael Barnard around a bit of the Isle of Man TT when we were over there for the darts. And, yeah, I can't repeat what I was being called, but it was all good fun.
139. Tommy, you require 167.
Hello?
142.
He's trying to hide the ball
Kevin, you
from
require
us.
170.
This would hurt. Wrong treble. I think the word that
64.
Scott Mitchell gave us about
Tommy,
Tommy
you
earlier
require
this morning
25.
is spot on, excitable. Double 2. Somewhat unconventional 25 coming in.
21. Kevin, you require 106.
The upturned smile and the chance of a 3-0 scoreline. He might be out of the running, but he still wants it.
86.
Doesn't quite get it.
Well, on your way down
Tommy, you require
from the
4.
balcony, I was saying exactly that with the
Game shot on
World
the third
Seniors
leg. Tommy
Masters
Morris.
on the horizon. You want to take as much from this as possible, just to sort of log
Fourth leg,
it
it's
and get
Tommy
it
to
in the
throw
bank.
first. Game on.
It is only a matter of weeks away, 24th and 25th of June down in Yeovil. So this
135.
is all about a building process towards that.
Knowing what to use, and maybe one other thing, if you can take that away from this week, is that useful?
Well, having
83.
spoken to him and his current dislike for those barrels, then don't quite know what he's going to do
60.
between now and then, unless he just sort of has a look through the many catalogues available online and tries and finds something in the kind of weight and design he likes that's just got a little bit more grip.
He does have an element of old school about him,
140.
because he's in his 50s now. So go full old school and get yourself a Red Dragon catalogue delivered.
59.
Yeah, absolutely.
That used to be one of the highlights of the year when that used to drop on the
I mean,
letter-
I'm
through the
using a
letterbox.
£25 straight out of the box Wimble Foxfire darts, and they're perfect. I could throw 'em, maybe
180.
That's a second max for Kevin.
Yeah, no such thing as perfect in darts. All we do is strive for it.
99. Kevin, you require 98.
Did have a chance for 3-0. He'll have to wait for his
58.
opportunity to be
Tommy, you
3-1
require
up.
148.
He just doesn't hang
60.
around.
Kevin,
It's
you
a very
require
unconventional
40.
style that he has, but it's very effective. And Kevin Painter's not the only one with snazzy shoes on the stage, believe me. Double 10.
20.
Didn't move, and I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't try and
Tommy,
create
you require 88.
a bit of a kinder angle in.
Bullseye. Takes a pause. Did this earlier.
63. Kevin, you require
Wrong
20.
colour. And the only colour on Kevin's mind is red. It changes.
Well, it's normally blue of Ipswich.
Oh,
10.
that is a dart that categorises his
Tommy,
week
you
perfectly.
require 25.
This time he doesn't get the double 9 on the 25. And he doesn't get
9.
the 25. 2 wide shots on double 8.
Kevin, you require
Give
10.
Painter more opportunities for a break of throw. And he's done what we all hate.
5.
Missing outside and then
Tommy,
splitting
you
it and
require
having a dart you
16.
can't even use.
I think more frustrating, Nico, than burning a dart.
Well,
8.
now Kevin Painter's really
Kevin, you
mad at
require
himself
5.
because he threw away that final dart thinking that the leg was done.
No
It's
score.
not done still.
Well,
Tommy, you require
Morris,
8.
what would your
Game shot on the
mentality
fourth leg.
be,
Tommy
Nico,
Morris.
if you were in his shoes coming into today?
Go out there, have some fun. Play
Fifth
against
leg is Kevin to
Painter.
throw first.
Play against Scott
Game
Baker.
on.
Play with no pressure. I mean, let's face it. We're talking about someone who was born in the early 90s,
100.
around a time where Kevin Painter was starting his career. He probably, as a kid, remembers watching darts on telly and Kevin
60.
playing against the likes of Matt Clark and Andy Jenkins and Chris Mason and thinking, I'm getting this chance to play against him today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that, but let them have the pressure. I'm just going to go and enjoy this.
I think you can learn so much about
100.
yourself, about your throw, and just learn about the environment and the pressures
100.
without the pressure.
And Tommy's wearing a pair of snazzy black trainers today. And that seems to be the kind of thing that the younger players go for now.
140.
Comfort.
Comfort and snaz. Think about the likes of
140. Kevin, you
Nathan
require
Aspinall.
161.
And those kinds of players who are out there shopping online for the snazziest pair of all-black trainers they can find.
Yeah. The Hugo Boss and
41.
Dolce.
Nice to wear Clarks. Because they were comfortable.
140.
They had a lovely soft sole.
Kevin, you require
Absolutely. You
120.
spend so much time on your feet, you want to be comfortable. $60 needed.
Painter led 2-0.
50.
From that
Tommy, you
point,
require
and
61.
It was a good start to the match. 16 and 17 darts. He was averaging around 91.
Quite unusual to see somebody pausing after they've had a shot at the double.
25.
Especially when you're a
Kevin, you require
speedster.
70.
It does tell me that he's not throwing too quickly with all of the darts. He does have a bit of a brain on him. Painter misses
45.
for 3-2.
Tommy, you
But is
require
he-
36.
Is he doing that thinking that he's throwing too quick? Is he?
Game shot on the
Because
fifth leg.
if you're,
Tommy
if you're a
Morris.
speedster, I don't. Rob Cross is steady away in terms of speed. So when he does his Rob Cross
Sixth leg
reset,
is Tommy to throw
you don't mind
first.
it. But when you see
Game
a
on.
speedster, I want to see that rhythm continuing.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what they throw with. They throw with feel and adjustment on the fly.
And that's what makes
95.
it so unusual to see somebody throw a couple of darts at a double, then stop, then have that last dart. In a funny sort of way, it puts more pressure on the last start. You're thinking about it for an extra 2 or 3 seconds that if you'd stayed in rhythm,
96.
you wouldn't do that.
No. A win here for Tommy, by the way, Nico, and he takes him up to 4th place.
Maybe that could be his goal for the day. Get as
180.
high as possible and make the people towards the basement of the table feel even worse.
$59.
Kevin not being here this weekend and no football on, he can be a neutral this weekend because it's FA Cup final weekend.
59.
I'm sure he doesn't care who wins between United and City.
That's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 o'clock kickoff. Who do you fancy for that one, Nico?
Anybody but Man United.
$123.
I grew up in a family where
Tommy,
they
you
were all
require
Manchester United fans. I
167.
was outnumbered by about 5-1. So it's historical
60.
for me. Although I have seen a game between United and City at Wembley, Charity Shield, a few years ago. It was a really exciting game. 2-0 City at half-time and Man United won 3-2. Oh, I'll tell you a lie. It's the other way around. City won 3-2 in the end, I think it was. Oh, I might be wrong.
83.
It was a great game.
Did you just
Tommy,
go
you
as a
require
fan?
107.
As a neutral, I won some tickets and I took my mum because she's a Man U fan. Well, she was. She's a Newcastle fan now, believe it or not. Glory seeker.
I think there's quite a few of them now.
40.
Me included.
Kevin, you require
No, I've
140.
And probably back in the 90s when they had that real extravagant flair
100.
type side, didn't they? Problem was
Tommy, you require 67.
they had the mentality if they score 3, we're going to try and score 4. And that was their downfall back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, when you got centre-backs like Philippe Albert.
Game,
You're
shot,
doing
and
yourself
the
a
match,
disservice.
Tommy
but
Morris.
Tommy Morris has done himself a great turn there by winning 4 legs to 2 against Kevin Painter. That's something he can take away. And it's a second win from 3 games because he was better in the last 4 legs. And the reason why Kevin lost that game, it is surely because of the 17 missed darts at double. Without further ado, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, it will be Scott Baker against Willie Borland in Game 8 for the second consecutive day. It's going to be quick.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, we saw Tommy Morris get the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it's Scott Baker in action up against Willie Borland. Win for Baker put him onto 14 points, whereas Borland can put himself above Peter Hudson in the table temporarily with a win here. Watching this one then in the commentary box, here is Paul and here is Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Oh, yeah, the Duke just made KP puke with a 4-2 win. He moves on to 4 points and in to 4th place. But this is very much a shootout. Well, between 3 players, and 2 of them, Nico, face off against each other in this one.
Yes, they do. It's a Mexican standoff here at the MODUS Super Series. It's really interesting because Scott Baker has got the impetus here with a 2-point lead at the top and a vast lead in leg difference.
First leg, it's Scott to throw
However,
first. Game on.
Peter Hudson plays Philip van Gasse in the next game.
83.
The ideal scenario here for Baker is to win here and for Philip to do him a favour in the next one. If
54.
indeed Baker was to win and Philip was to win the next one, Baker's through.
54.
Yeah, for me, I think 14 points and you're safe, whether it be first or second.
54.
Just because, I think you said it was match 11, Peter and Willie play each other.
100.
They're only going to get 2 points from that round of play. They can't both get 2 points, so things are looking up for the
11.
mod. And for mod fans come Saturday night.
Yep. Maybe getting a few down from the West Midlands.
140.
That would be fun if some of them came down. All on Vespas.
140.
outside
Scott,
the
you
venue.
Take
require
over London
124.
Road in Portsmouth. That would be great fun. Like a scene from Quadrophenia.
92.
Well, not a million miles away from... Well, we're on the same coastline of Brighton, aren't we?
180. Scott, you require
3
32.
good points there from Willie.
Game
Didn't make
shot
any
in the
difference.
first leg. Scott Baker.
I'm starting to think it's Thursday again. 5-0 up against Willie Borland. And
Second
look
leg
at
is Willie to
there.
throw first.
That
Game
16
on.
darter goes in, and all he's got is a little smirk as if to say, what is it with
96.
this guy?
Yeah. Why always me? KP will have that feeling after this week.
100.
I say a few weeks off, recharge the batteries, get some good quality practice and preparation in.
140.
Kevin's remaining games, 1 against Scott Baker. And he will have the penultimate game against Willie.
134.
So he's looking at his 2 last opponents.
133.
He sets up a nice enticing 1-3-2.
43.
Nothing from
Willie
Baker, so
require
doesn't have to go
132.
bull.
Straight ton.
100.
It's almost as if you knew.
Old head on young
60.
shoulders,
Willie
Nico.
require 32.
Willie Borland. There's not too many players of his age has
Game
seen
shot in the
as
second leg.
many
Willie
darts or had
Borland.
as many experiences.
That's the thing these days, isn't it? Because when it comes down
Third
to
leg is Scott to
experience
throw
levels
first.
of young
Game on.
players, there used to be exceptions to this back in the day. Look
100.
at someone like Michael Barnard, for instance. He got a lot of experience at a young age.
Yeah.
66.
But then these days, we're talking about someone like Keane Barry, who is 20. And he's been playing
100.
top-level darts for about 5 years.
Yeah, played on Euro tours and many big stages already.
59.
Normally, a 20-year-old would still be going through that whole process of Super League and counting.
100.
How old were you when you made your county debut?
60.
22, 23-ish, I think.
Yeah, I was 20. So, with that in mind, there are people making their
177.
debut these days at the ages of about 13 or even younger. I know Keegan Brown was really young.
I made my A
58.
debut
Scott, you
against
require
Dorset
24.
Double six.
many moons
Game
ago.
shot in the third leg.
14
Scott
darter
Baker.
from Baker. That didn't take very long,
Yeah,
of course.
I went down on the Saturday, played in a B, and then got promoted
Fourth leg is
to the A
Willie to
the
throw
next day
first.
and
Game on.
never looked back. And I ended up playing county darts for Dorset for a while.
99.
And London.
How many county teams did you play for?
41.
4.
London, Dorset,
Somerset.
and
and West
87.
Midlands.
West Midlands.
5. You?
Just the one.
Yeah.
Northumberland through and through.
99.
Playing for London must have been fun. That was a great team.
Yeah, unbelievable. We won the county that year. The
140.
I was Premier League Player of the Year. And it was the same period I made my debut for England on the back of that.
81.
But yeah, county darts then was. Well, we had a Super League side in London, and every one of us in that side, I think,
82.
played on TV within a couple of months of each other, and I think 10 of our 12A side
140.
played in the
Willie
World
required
Championship that
93.
just happened the month before.
That's amazing. Just
Game
like
shot
that
on the
finish from
fourth
Willie
leg.
Borland, which
Willie
gives us yet
Borland.
another 14 darter.
Yeah, the likes of Steve Beaton, Peter Everson,
Fifth leg, it's Scott
Paul
to throw
Doggett,
first.
Andy
Game
Ayfield.
on.
me.
Didn't you have Tony David as well?
Yeah, Tony
100.
David. He was in my Super League team. It's mad.
59.
And that was the period I had my best ever run in terms of numbers in Super League. I had 1,000 plus averages on the spin, and it was sort of unheard of.
140.
I only think I won 3 man of the matches because Tony David was clattering him in.
Yeah, he was rather good.
57.
I'll never forget my first ever Super League game. I was playing for Blythe at the Seahorse up in Northumberland. And they said, oh, we're playing against
140.
Bedlington Station tonight, and I had an inkling that they were pretty good. First person to walk through the door, Graham Stoddart.
177.
Gary
Scott,
Robson.
you require 121.
Out of my depth I am. I was the only Blythe person to win that night. I beat my old friend Paul Smith,
81.
who was very good in his time.
Yeah, back in the day, there's been some amazing Super League side. was,
44.
again,
Scott, you require
Marvel in it,
40.
Beaton, Everson, Manley.
You're going to have to stop. Honestly,
20.
This is the kind of
Will you
information
require
that if you had a Darts World
164?
magazine 20 years ago, you would know this.
Yeah. Well, that's how we got all the information, wasn't it? There was no other way to see now who won man of the match or who's playing well.
96.
You got your picture in that magazine.
Scott,
you
you
were
require
somebody.
20.
You had done something.
Game shot on the fifth
Scott
leg.
Baker is
Scott
doing
Baker.
more bits here. This is where he lives, in this mid-90s range this week. He is very close.
Sixth
to
leg is
being
Willie
safe,
to throw first. Game on.
I think it's really important, even though he's won his first 2 games today,
60.
he must maintain intensity. Get through your first 4 games undefeated like you did yesterday, and you're fine.
Yeah, job done. Well, back to that.
60.
That was one of my ambitions, Nico, to do the front cover of the Darts World, and I did it with Trina.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, when we both
96.
won the England Open. I was absolutely buzzing, and I've still got one of the things I still have.
97.
Yeah, I'm with you there, actually, because I have got a few copies of certain publications.
100.
The day I signed with Winmore, it was on the front cover.
Oh wow!
I have 2 copies in plastic.
Nice.
Just for my capsule.
97.
And I also have one of the darts magazines that didn't survive. I was part of the cover twice, and I have
100.
those as well, just as keepsakes.
There used to be the equivalent in America called Bullseye News. I used to get that every time. I went over
100.
it.
Willie, you require 145.
Great memories. I must bring that to the World Seniors Masters. And get
99.
Trina
Scott,
to
you require
me.
147.
That's an excellent idea.
get it put in a bit of a frame, maybe.
91. Willie, you require 46.
Double 18. And he doesn't
37.
find 9s either. So Baker has
Scott,
a
you
chance to
require
get closer to
56.
qualification.
Match points incoming.
What are you doing Saturday night, Scott?
46.
Still working his way
Willie, you
towards
require
it.
9.
Double 4.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
one
sixth
goes the
leg.
distance.
Willie Borland.
The exact opposite to yesterday. It was 4-0 Baker. But what I did see yesterday, when we were talking
Seventh
about
and
the reverse
final leg.
fixture
It's
for
Scott to
Friday,
throw first.
is
Game
that Baker
on.
did not have the darts yesterday and still won 4-0. Whereas today, having the darts will give him a better chance of winning this one.
81.
Just one more point about that Darts World thing that we talked about.
45.
The cover of Darts World that I'm on, Kyle Anderson's also on that cover.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And so is his brother Bo.
100.
That means a lot to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I know how close you were to Kyle. Well, as we all were.
45.
I certainly didn't think I'd miss the 4 a.m. phone calls from him or FaceTimes.
97.
He had this uncanny knack of scaring me. He would just pop up from somewhere and jab me in the ribs with a pen or something.
134.
And he'd just stand there with a big smile on his face.
Yeah, wonderful human being.
97.
Great switch from Baker. 1-2-6 away from 2 hard-fought points.
59. Scott, you require 126.
Doesn't have to go 19s either, but still chooses that route. 16s isn't a bad play here.
54.
Well,
40.
he will not be happy with that at all.
Scott, you require 72.
Doesn't get to a finish, and Baker can get a match start at tops.
Game, shot.
He
and
finds
the
it
match,
for
Scott
14 points
Baker.
in the table, and that's really good news for Peter Hudson, who plays in the next game against Philip van Gasse. And if he beats van Gasse this time, it means that Boland has got to beat Hudson a little bit later. They are the stats from that one. Boland has been scrapping away today, but Baker was better with a 90.37. When we come back, it's that Belgium-England game. Don't miss it.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Vital moments in Group C as Scott Baker gets the better of Willie Borland by 4 legs to 3. Baker now moving on to 14 points in the group. And if Peter Hudson can claim victory here, he'll move on to 12, 2 points ahead of Willie Borland. Scott Baker then sat in a really good position. Let's see how this one takes shape. Hudson up against Van Gasse. Watching this one. Chris and Paul.
It's all up to you, Peter. You've been given a free pass of sorts into the second position in the table on points alone, because he's still in second position now, is the man from Eccles. But a 4-leg buffer in leg difference at the minute is good. What feels better than that is the leg difference being deeper and the points being in his favour as well. So a win against Van Gasse here, it is very much on his radar. 5th game of the week between these two. It will be the last.
First leg, it's Philip to throw first. Game on.
Strange old game they had on Wednesday when Philip won by 4 legs to 0. But since then,
83.
they did have a game yesterday. Well, Peter won by 4 legs to 2. And in your words, Mace, it was a little smelly.
100.
It certainly was a little smelly. A winning average of 76 and change.
57.
For Peter Hudson here, it's just about... Just keep this one nice and simple. Keep it all straight down the middle. Don't worry about how you win. Just get the points.
100.
You just put a Frank Sinatra song in my head. Straight down the middle. Liked a bit of golf, did Frank?
He did.
85.
I think Peter Hudson has enjoyed today at times. This is the last game in round 3. As far as round 1 is concerned, he lost to Baker, but no shame in that. A bit of a slow start from Peter, only averaging 78. Then after that, more like it, 98.56.
Is that his best performance of the week?
Yeah,
in
best
terms
of the week.
Average?
And this is the right time to be finding
43.
your best performances, right?
Yeah, over the next one afternoon and then the next night, where the big bucks are and the chance to qualify for Champions Week. Don't forget, you can join us tomorrow night down here on London Road in Portsmouth. Just a £2 booking fee and 3 drinks for £10.
27.
You only have 3 pints. £2 for your booking fee. A night out for £12. If you can find anything better for £12, let us know. Me and Nico might join you one night.
133.
On a Sunday, though, when there's no darts.
Can't beat a Sunday fun day, Nico.
94.
You're going to be practicing this
Philip,
Sunday,
you
aren't you?
require 100.
Pretty much going to be flat out on the board for the next 3 weeks.
I know what Philip's going to be doing. He's had a long
34.
week. He's going to be
Peter,
sleeping.
you require 80.
Peter Hudson could be celebrating on Sunday, as well as driving back to Eccles. He's
Game shot
celebrating
in
a
the first
one-leg
leg.
advantage
Peter
here in this
Hudson.
one, because that's a really nice take for a first leg and a break of throw.
Second leg is Peter to throw first. Game
was
on.
A piece of cake. That cake most definitely would be an Eccles one.
I've never made an Eccles cake. I've made many a cake in my time. I've done pistachio cake, which is my personal favourite.
48.
Carrot cake, chocolate, marble cake, all sorts. Lemon drizzle, which is up there in the top tier. But an Eccles cake, don't think I know a
85.
great deal about them.
Well, it's quite an interesting pastry, isn't it? It's almost like a puff pastry, but I'm not sure if the right way to describe it would be a bit shorter.
Yep.
86.
And then it's almost like a bit of a mince pie filling, isn't it?
No wonder I haven't had one before.
You're not a mince pie
I don't
fan?
like mince pies.
140.
I don't understand sweet meat.
Well, it's not meat. It's...
Well, you know what I mean. It just it just doesn't make sense to me. You know those desserts.
Well, you think about what's in an Eccles cake. It's currants, candied orange, candied lemon,
100.
peels and brown sugar, nutmeg, cinnamon, allspice. You can maybe put a bit of dark rum in there if you're not giving it to children. And then I'd personally throw in there
121.
a little bit of real strong firm apple, maybe some crushed walnut in there.
Yeah, anything with walnuts or hazelnuts has got my vote.
Because I couldn't just make it as it is in the recipe, mate. I just would have to add something to it.
You've got to get dinky with it. You've got to put your own little stamp on
60.
it.
Philip, you require
you'd like an Eccles cake,
155.
Phil.
It is a challenge. I've got to
Maybe
try
with
and
a-
find one.
I'd put a nice bit of custard on it as well.
Will you stop? I'm getting hungry.
117.
That would have been his biggest finish of the week. 155 for Philip. Kevin Painter's hit that this week. Biggest finish yesterday for Hudson, 106.
Philip, you require 38.
Might be saving his best for last.
Game shot in the
That's
second
1-1.
leg. Philip Van Hasser.
I think we're going to be saving our best to last this evening because Last night's group was just
Third leg, it's Philip to throw
incredible,
first.
wasn't it? Especially
Game
the
on.
early stages.
Yeah, it really was. I'm not 100% sure who's going to get through that group. You can't even say that Martijn Dracht is safe because he's gone from getting 6 points on Monday to nothing on Tuesday. And if he does the same tonight and he comes up dry, he could be caught.
Yep. Very unlikely. Top 3, of course, from Group B in a
140.
5-player field. That's the reward of getting into that group from Group A if you finish in 2nd and 3rd position. This one, way tougher. Only the top 2.
100.
Philip just quietly going about his business, averaging close to 90. I think he responded really well to a slow start
134.
Monday in Group A.
There are players out there who would have lost 5 games on Monday and been mopey for the rest of the week.
Yeah, the head would have dropped.
140.
He showed a great deal of experience, and the way he responded throughout the week has been classy, nothing short of it.
Good character.
57.
He doesn't give you anything. Just the tiniest little head tilt there. They don't make dart players like Van Gasse anymore.
100.
Who have this kind of
PT require 170.
demeanour, this stoic nature about themselves all the time on the hockey.
Yeah, very, very old school.
100.
Even when he got his first win on Tuesday.
Philip, you require
Didn't
101.
react.
No. Respectfully shook the player's hand as he's done so all week. Double 16 for 2-1.
69. PT requires 70.
Got a break of throw on leg 1. He would love another.
54.
Strangely, when he's been missing double
Philip,
16,
you
he's
require
been missing it on
32.
the other side of the wire this week. The other side of the wire is getting some attention. Oh,
Game shot in the third leg. Philip
that
Van
is
Hasse.
wonderful from Philip. Maybe one of the best darts he's thrown this week.
Well, he broke the...
Fourth
Hudson
leg is
broke the
Peter to
throw in
throw
leg
first.
1, and then it was the
Game on.
break back by Philip, and then he's held in 18. Don't forget, tonight, when we come off air, if you still need a bit more
125.
darts, it's the US Masters starts around about that time, around 1 a.m.-ish.
And the North American Championship this weekend as well,
140.
which will be very interesting to see who gets through that competition on their way to Alexandra Palace. The winner of that tournament, if it's not Matt Campbell or Jeff Smith,
26.
will get an invite to the Palace at the PDC World Championship later in the year.
140.
Darts is about aspirations, isn't it? People look at this place and they think, I'd love to play there.
134.
And then once they've done that, it's almost tick that off. And that should be your progression and evolution as a player. Tick off boxes.
100.
Get where you're going.
I do wonder what Philip's going to do actually after this, because considering I didn't know much about him at all, just from what I'd read
60.
on certain stat
Philip,
sheets.
you require 121.
I wonder what he's going to do next. Maybe going to some of the associate member qualifiers for European Tour events would be a good thing for him to
57.
prospectively do next
PT
season.
require
We have
156.
a Euro Tour coming up in Belgium, don't we?
Hold the phone.
120.
Yeah, we've had one in Belgium this year, but next year
Philip, you require
we've
64.
got 2. Just because it's that popular now, they need 2 events. Apparently one of them's going to be in Antwerp.
48.
Wow.
PT require 36.
Maybe get into that event. That would be a nice thing to do in 2024. Not that I'm looking too far ahead. Great guide for 28. Didn't
Game
need
shot
it.
on the fourth leg. Peter Hudson.
Well, the exchanged breaks a throw. Now the exchange holds a throw.
Fifth leg, it's Philip
get
to
the
throw
feeling that-
first. Game on.
The demeanours that I've seen on stage over the last couple of days, I think there's a lot of people in this group who really like this guy. Because even though he's beaten people and
140.
he's taken defeats, I think he's created this classy persona for himself. He's not going to be a lone wolf in that practice room. I think everybody's really gotten along
40.
with Philip. I'll be watching out for his results over the next year or so. And I wouldn't be surprised if he got his way back here at some point as well.
140.
Make no mistake, with this being the game in hand for Hudson, if he was to lose
58.
it would be a monumental let-off for Willie Borland.
Be huge.
85.
We do have to look at the leg difference at some point. Ideally, for Willie, Philip winning this leg and the next
100.
would
Philip,
peg
you require
Hudson back to +4.
136.
Tighter the game is, the better it is for Hudson. But that is a
Game shot on
136
the
out.
fifth
His
leg.
best of the
Philip
week.
Van Hasser.
What a shot for 3-2. Multiple fist bumps in this one. And that one was
Sixth
fully
leg, it's
warranted.
Peter to throw first. Game
136,
on.
12 dart hole would be seen. Peter Hudson missed the double 18 by a smidge for a 156.
Throughout
95.
the course of the week, we've associated a certain level with Philip. It wasn't that. And that's with all kindness associated with this guy. He's
100.
been around the low 80s and gradually climbing throughout the week, but this is not a level that we've associated with him at all.
Oh, he's producing his best darts.
180.
Ah, the old slow retrieval.
$47.
Philip, of course, with the insurance policy of having the darts in the decider, which this one very much looks like it's going to go to.
I've never understood
43.
why players keep looking at the score screen mid-throw.
It's not going to change.
No, it isn't going to change, and you should know exactly what you've got.
And
60.
my absolute pet hate is they've thrown two darts and left a double, and then they look at the scoreboard again, and well, your depth and perception of the target area will
100.
change when you look away because of the color change. Absolutely. Oof.
140.
My brains in.
Gets you
Peter, you
going, doesn't
require
it? Oh, it does.
83.
Because it upsets their rhythm.
Double 16.
Game
And
shot on
all
the
the
sixth
way we
leg.
go.
Peter Hudson.
How are you feeling, Willie Borland? How are you feeling, Peter Hudson?
More importantly,
Seventh and final leg is
how you
Philip to
feeling,
throw first.
Van Hasser.
Game on.
He has the darts in the decider.
Yeah, Scott Baker's feeling pretty cushy at the minute. He's almost through. I think he needs one more leg today. And he's fine.
45.
It's not a
Yeah.
lot to ask.
Well, especially if Philip can find a way to win this one. But one thing Hudson's been good at this week, last leg deciders. Just ask Kevin Painter.
140.
Best not. Maybe later. It's a bit too soon.
A lot later.
100.
Like next year, Nico.
Yeah, when he's forgotten about them. That 117 and the 106 from yesterday. Oh, my word.
Yeah. They will
96.
still be smarting.
It looks like Hudson's got the advantage now.
28.
Firmly. A one dart lead and the darts. Even if he just gets one treble, it's huge news. Don't stay on the 19s, Peter. Go for the 60.
57.
Why persevere on a double block target when the 60 is just as helpful?
41.
Wonderful world of a dart player's mind. Enter with caution.
That has not worked out well.
66.
First dart perfect. After that, lost his compass. This game is alive if a 140 is planted. Maybe even worse.
140.
There's the 140. It was a safe
PT
one.
require 142.
But this shouldn't be happening to Peter. Good recovery. 77 scored. I'll probably look at the bullseye. And the treble 11 was a
88.
very sensible play.
Philip,
in
you
fact.
require 147.
He took the low ball number out of play. And he will be looking at 2 match darts, surely. To get himself
99.
to 12 points, just behind
PT
Scott
require
Baker,
54.
having played the same amount of matches here in Group C. To end round 8,
Game,
he gets
shot,
the points.
and the match.
That's
Peter
good news
Hudson.
for Hudson. It's bad news for Boland, who's going to have to beat Peter Hudson in the next round of play. Otherwise, that will be that. When we come back, Scott Baker will take on Kevin Painter in what will be a secondary song for Kevin Painter, because he will have one more game against Willie Boland later. But that is what happened with Hudson and Van Gasser. When we come back, we'll have more for you.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the twists and turns continue here in Group C. Before the break, Peter Hudson got the better of Philip Van Gasser in a last leg decided by 4 legs to 3. Let's have a look and see what that does now in terms of the table after round 8 of fixtures in this group. As you see, Scott Baker at the top of the table. Now, because of his superior leg difference, he needs just the 1 leg to go for. I'm whispering it quietly because he's in action next against Kevin Painter. So that win for Peter Hudson puts him into second place on 12 points, and really Boland now is in a precarious position in 3rd place, but him and Hudson will be facing off very shortly indeed. Next up for us then, it is Scott Baker in action up against Kevin Painter. Watching this one in the comms box is Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Well, 1 win here for Baker, which I certainly expect to happen, and so do the odds compilers, because they make Baker a very hot 4-11 favourite. Painter at 2-1, but they had a really, really good tussle yesterday. Baker eventually winning it 4 legs to 3. He had a 96.78 average at 2-180s, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Had a 1-4-4.
First leg, it's
Painter
Scott to throw
had a
first.
1-4-5
Game
and was
on.
perfect on the doubles, 3 from 3. At a high score of 171 and an average of nearly 92.
140.
Classic Painter this week, really. Losing after playing well.
60.
In fact, some of his best stats have come from games where he's lost. But it's one more job
85.
for Scott Baker.
Yeah.
Without looking too deep into the leg difference, let's put it really simply. He wins the game he's in Saturday night with Christian Kist.
140.
I mean, even if he didn't, it's most likely he gets through anyway. But this will
100.
just secure that space in the final with Kist.
Kevin seems to have settled
60.
on the black pear-shaped flights.
And that's a good sign. And then going forward, like I say, he's no doubt like me, just
100.
putting the hours in, trying to just find a bit of form.
He's picking up the pace here, and I get the
60.
feeling that yesterday that
Scott, you require 76.
gave him less thinking time. He was following a very fast car on the
Game
motorway.
shot in the first leg.
Very,
Scott
very
Baker.
fast.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Two of the
Game
best
on.
dart shirts you'll ever see here. That's a belter from Kevin. And I don't even think that Scott Baker's got an away
60.
shirt. It's just this one.
Well, he's unlikely to find or come up against somebody with something similar.
100.
If anybody does, they can answer to us, because when you've got an identity like Scott has, don't try and mimic it.
No.
60.
Well, I've just had it confirmed, Nico, that one leg was enough to put Baker through, whether it be in position 1 or
59.
potentially position 2.
Let's put it this way. If you're looking for someone to support this week by coming down to the MODUS Super Series on Saturday night,
58.
you can't get more popular than Scott Baker.
No, and he'll be out there in between matches and doing signing your
140.
memorabilia and your 180 cards. He's a very amicable guy, always with a smile on his face, always having a bit of fun.
100.
Playing in this game like Andy Smith with his knife and fork.
100.
He's very, very happy indeed.
Wonder what the Pie Man's up to these days. Hope you're well, Andy, if you're tuning in.
I haven't seen Andy in years.
Same.
If anybody knows how Andy Smith's
39.
doing, just get in touch with us. Let us
Scott,
know.
you require
We'd
102.
love to know what he's up to. I think he might have heard. I think he still
42.
plays a little bit locally, but he's not interested in competitions or anything like this anymore.
Just plays a bit of local league.
140. Scott, you require 60.
20 for tops, or the equivalent of.
Game shot in the second leg.
2-0.
Scott Baker.
Just doesn't get ruffled by anything, does he?
No. Bob Anderson, of course,
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
continued after
Game
he
on.
retired from sort of having it be on the tour.
57.
Still continued and enjoyed his Super League.
Yeah, I think he was posting some of the game stats from his Super League team
85.
last week. And there have been some lovely videos for Bob over the last few days as he goes into his last crusade.
140.
I remember the day when Kevin announced he was stepping down from the tour.
100.
He did a video with the PDC, and it was sad to watch. You know, it was quite poignant. We were thinking about all of our Kevin Painter memories and the times that we
83.
played each other on tour and the stories from post-tournament days, that kind of thing. I think he's been there
140.
since the very first day. And when I go back to the tour in this year, he's not going to be there. That's sad.
Yeah.
You can walk in
60.
a room, and it happens every year now when people lose their tour cards and when people choose to go in different directions. And you look around the room and you think, where's Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin was very much part of our little clique of myself,
88.
Jenks,
Scott, you require
KP,
161.
Bob Taylor, Brunette. Yeah, got messy.
97.
That look
Kevin,
you
you
gave me
require
said it all.
88.
Yeah, that's definitely got to go in a book someday. Just that.
2 14s.
74.
Good marker, but couldn't use it.
Scott, you require 64.
Biggest question of all is, after Scott takes a
Game
3-0
shot in the
lead,
third leg. Scott Baker.
who had the better mullet? Painter or Taylor? Bob Taylor, that is. Phil Taylor, I don't think, had a mullet.
Fourth leg is Kevin to throw first.
Bob was just like
Game on.
a giant version of Kevin. Big Bob, what a guy.
With a graceful throw.
You can play a bit, Bob.
180.
Yeah, we're having some fun now, aren't we, Kev? There's that smile from Scott. I'm not going to lie. I am completely on the fence with all of the players here this week. I've got my favourites in World Darts, but I'm absolutely thrilled for Scott to make Saturday night. He would be some story.
121.
That would have been an even better story had you hit a 9.
100.
In a really good leg.
140.
In fact, I'll raise that. It's been a wonderful leg.
In fairness to Kevin, he's not played too badly here.
100.
Baker's
Kevin, you
just
require
been
60.
a little bit too clinical. When I say a little bit too clinical, he's 3 from 3. This is Kevin's second and third double.
It's halfway down the fairway there.
50.
Look on the bright side, Kev. Scott's not going to take 250 out on 3 darts. Although the way he's been rolling this week, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody
58.
did.
Kevin, you require 10. Game
That's a
shot in the
lovely
fourth
dart.
leg. Kevin Painter.
Proper leg. 13 darter with a max in there. Maybe just a consolation leg.
Fifth leg is Scott to throw first. Game on.
Not a flicker of reaction this time from Baker. All business.
100.
I'm not sure if Scott's aware that he is through, but he will know that if a win comes his way in this game, he'll be safe. They know about their
140.
points tallies. They might look at their leg difference, but a lot of these players like to play with ignorance. They don't want to know.
No, I never did.
140.
Basically had the attitude that if I get enough points, then that'll take care of itself. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
$100.
Honours even after 2 visits then. 2 players who use very light darts.
100.
Both in that 20 gram and under mark. I think the average for the Super Series and the Tour will be around the 22 mark.
100.
Yep.
Scott, you require 161.
Very rarely higher than 24. But plenty around the 18
97.
to 20.
Kevin, you require 161.
Not to mention the fact that Scott's darts are very short.
Well, they 14 gram, aren't they? Or something?
Yeah. They are half the size and half the weight
58.
of
Scott, you
Ryan
require
Palmer's
64.
darts. He throws a 28 gram.
Yeah, that's big.
And
Game,
that's big
shot,
for Baker
and the
because
match,
not
Scott
only is he
Baker.
through now, he could possibly get to 18 points if he wins his last game as well. That will come against Philip van Gasse in game 13, but look at the doubling in that one. That was the separator because the averages, they tell a bit of a different story. 4 from 4 from Baker, and he's going to be here on Saturday night.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Baker just needed a leg to go through. He won 4-1 against Kevin Painter, and because of that result, he is now the winner of Group C here at the Live Lounge in Porter, so we can rubber stamp his place into tomorrow night's finale. Next up for us then, Tommy Morris up against Philip van Hasse. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much. Let's have another little sample of Tom Morris. And we're getting to the stage where we could be, in fact, we will be saying goodbye to Philip over the next couple of games, because he plays Tommy here, the 30-year-old from Poole in Dorset. And then when he plays Scott Baker, the champion of Group C this week, that will be that for the man hanging glasses on the shirt. He has impressed us this week, but unfortunately, he just hasn't started the groups well enough.
No.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw
he
first.
Just found himself
Game on.
under it a little bit. We were talking about Q School. In the world of snooker,
46.
This time of year, after the World Champs in Sheffield, that all the snooker players get put through the ringer, but good luck from all of us here.
100.
All fans of snooker down here at the Super Series. Now, you're not having my
97.
nickname for Tommy Morris, are you? I like the Duke.
He's called the Gun.
Oh,
See, that's
Tommy
his-
Gunn.
Yeah. That's not bad. That's a
41.
Rocky reference,
Yep,
isn't it?
it is.
There you go.
Well, the Duke was played by Tommy Morrison, who was Tommy Gunn in the Rocky movies.
140.
Where does that rank in the Rocky movies? It's quite low for a lot of people.
Yeah. Not up there with 1 or 2, that's for sure.
60.
I like 3.
You seen The Champ?
No.
Ooh, Nico. Get a box of tissues, son.
Oh, okay.
140.
That kind of movie. But yeah, it's an incredible film. It will... Listen, I've got a heart of absolute stone, and
100.
I almost had
Tommy
a little
requires
bit of a tear come
78.
out.
Oh, he went for the 25 as well. He was feeling a bit frisky.
26.
Why not? Here's a time to express yourself.
Doesn't give himself a great deal of time considering how fast he plays. This is a very
140.
intense schedule that
Tommy
Philip's
requires
got here
52.
today. 3 games. Double 8, Hang on a minute. And he gets
Game
it.
shot in the first leg.
That's a very
Tommy
Fallon
Morris.
Sheriff finish. He likes treble 12 for 52 as well.
Yep.
But 3 games for Van Hasse in 5.
Second leg
That's
is
quite
Philip to throw
intensive
first.
to
Game
finish
on.
things off. Well, we've talked about the boxing Tommy Morrison.
140.
Tom Morris. And I'm going to talk about the old one, the original one, using hickory shafts.
100.
One of the godfathers of golf back in the 19th century. He was born in 1821.
180.
He won the Open Championship in 1861, 1862, 1864, and 1867. And his son, young Tom Morris, also won the Open Championship 4
45.
times. In 68, 69, 70, and 72 before he tragically died at a very young age.
96. Philip, you require
Who's won
136.
the modern sort of Open the most times?
Now, Tom Watson's won it 5 times, and Peter Thompson of Australia's won it 5 times as well.
60.
Without looking into the history books, I'm sure there's somebody who's won 6. I can't think off the top of my head.
100.
Probably
Philip,
Harry
you
Varden,
require
actually.
76.
You've got to be somebody when you get a grip named after you. The Varden grip, which is the overlapping grip on a golf club.
36.
Was the
Tommy, you require 150.
overlapping pitch at tops?
He was hopeful that Justin was going to tell him
98.
that was 120.
Philip, you require
Well,
40.
I'm not sure if you know this, Nick. I'll just wait for this tops to go in.
Game shot on the second leg. Philip Van Hasse.
I got on a job, and it was doing
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And it was a restoration job on the windows of the house of the
60.
person that created the Ryder Cup. And a beautiful house just outside of London. Had them lovely
140.
windows with the wooden squares in between, and it was part of the heritage thing, and we had to
60.
painstakingly restore every window. And yeah, that was whoever lived there and whatever the bloke's name was where the original house of the bloke who created the Ryder Cup.
That's amazing.
60.
Here's a little bit of useless information for you. The ladies' equivalent of the Ryder Cup, the Solheim Cup.
100.
It will be in concurrent weeks this year, which is really cool. I think a courtesan Spain will host the Solheim Cup, and then Marcus Simone Golf Club will host the Ryder Cup.
100.
But the Solheim Cup is named after the founder of Ping, Karsten Solheim, and they have one of the most
60.
amazing traditions that whenever they make a new putter, they get one in solid gold and put it in a vault.
Wow.
If you want to look at something impressive today, look at the Ping putter vault. With all the golden putters in it.
139.
That'd be worth a canny few quid.
Exactly.
135. Philip, you require
2 daughters
62.
each. One of them slightly easier than the other, and it's this one.
46. Tommy, you require 86.
Rock on, Tommy. Bullseye.
61.
Here's a story about
Philip,
Cannon
you
and
require
Ball as well.
16. Game shot on the
2-1,
third leg.
Philip.
Philip Van Hasse.
Very tidy stuff this
Yeah.
from Philip. Again, he's averaging 90 again. Is he
Fourth leg is
finding his
Philip to throw
best stuff
first.
when the pressure's
Game
off?
on.
You got a Cannon and Ball story.
Yeah, well, when we used to play the match play, the hotel that we now stay
100.
at on the golf course when we do the match play for Talk Sport, for the radio,
140.
they used to stay there because they were doing their summer season. They used to come to the darts, and we did plenty of feature pieces with them back in the day. Lovely, lovely guys.
121.
You don't get twosomes like that anymore, do you? Only pretty much Ant and Deck. Yeah, Little and Large,
100.
the Chuckle Brothers.
Well, Ant and Deck met Chris Dobie the other day, didn't they?
Or did Chris Tovey meet Ant and Deck?
No, I'm not having it.
81.
I actually met Ant McPartlin twice when I was growing up. I sold him a Lacoste jumper. At a clothing store on Grey
131.
Street in Newcastle when he was shopping with his sister one day. And then a couple of years later, he bought a jacket from me in Princess Square, Newcastle, for $3.5 grand. It was
Yeah, you used to work in a fancy menswear
87.
place,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Tommy,
he
you
came in
require
one day, wanted a jacket, and I
130.
said, we've got this Gucci one. He said, I'll have that. And he's still got it.
I should think so for $3.5 grand.
555.
Class.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
12
Tommy
darter.
Morris.
Yeah, there were the days working in a shop like that.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw
amazing
first.
who would come in on a
Game
Monday.
on.
Kieran Dyer was a good customer.
Nowadays, you'd have to sign one of them
135.
things.
Tell you the best day we had in that store in Newcastle. It was the day that Oasis were in town.
44.
In walk the Gallagher brothers. Said, do us a favour, shut the shop, we're going to spend a lot of money. And they did.
140.
They took everything we had in a certain brand. Good times.
Yeah, I bet the commission was all right, Nico.
I was just looking after store cards. I wasn't doing the sales.
140.
As far as selling yourself
100.
is concerned, I think Tommy Morris has done a great job of it today. I think
Well, to come in, Nico, knowing that it's virtually impossible that you can get anywhere near qualification positions. I mean, even if he'd have won 5 out of 5 and got to 10, he...
177.
Oh, wow. Seeing the full
Tommy require
repertoire.
126.
And Philip.
How has he found that 57? What a shot.
101. Philip, you require
I
140.
think I'm going to just call him PVG.
Sounds good to me. Why have we just come up
60.
with that in
Tommy,
his
you require
penultimate game of the
25.
week? He's playing his 24th game of the week.
It's how my brain rolls, Nico.
2 4s. Very
Game
good
shot on
indeed.
the fifth leg.
for 3-2.
Tommy Morris.
And PVG needs 2 more to get himself on 6 points in the group.
Well, he backs up the 12-dart
Sixth leg
hold
is
with
Philip
a
to throw first.
15-dart
Game
breaker
on.
throw. 93.88 the average for Philip. 93.38 for Tommy.
I do get the feeling
140.
if this group was to go on for another day, that Philip might win the day. Because he's starting to play at a
140.
level that would compete with pretty much anybody over the course of 5 matches.
Yeah, I just think we've seen in
100.
both groups he's played in, Group A and Group C. He's just started too slowly and given himself too much to do.
60.
Tommy's last game will come in game 15, so he will have a chance to affect what happens in qualification, but it does depend
100.
on what happens after this with Borland and Hudson. Biggest game of the group.
Yeah, this one's a monster.
100. Philip, you require 161.
This one almost deserves, Nico, to go all the way for me.
We've had some 4-3s today, 3 of them.
65.
Van Gassa against Borland went the way of Willie. Baker beat Borland by 4 legs to 3, and then
100.
another 4-3
Philip, you require
loss
96.
against Hudson for Philip.
There's another 4 points down the Swanee.
60.
This is a chance to win it right here.
Tommy, you require
in 6 legs.
101.
No such fortune.
49. Philip, you require
Philip's already
36.
missed double 18 a couple of times.
Game
He
shot on the
doesn't miss
sixth
it 2
leg.
more times.
Philip Van Hasser.
So we are going all the way for Philip for the 3rd time today. Those
7th
averages are
and
almost
final leg. It's
identical
Tommy
now.
to throw
We're going
first.
to leg
Game
7.
on.
There you go. 0.02 between them. A very fair fight.
100.
Yeah, deserved a last legger. You look at the scoring, Nico. Pop that one up. Fascinating reading.
100.
Look at that. This has been a rock solid game in terms
99.
of that department.
Yeah, 11 140 plus scores. That is a lot.
22 scores of between a ton and 139 isn't too
100.
shabby.
Now there you've got the doubling as well. 3 hits
Tidy.
each, of course. And you'd say that 3 out of 9
92.
is very tidy, but 3 from 7, that's just a little bit better. That's quality. It may just be because they've been tailing each other this whole match. That one dart will
121.
separate them. And that happens quite a lot when you've got 104 games a week.
40.
First slip by Tommy, offering up the darts to PVG.
140.
Superb 140.
Tommy require
Perfect.
170.
Another one, his 7th. And hitting that last dart 60 might be the difference in finishing this job.
118.
He's
Philip,
on
you
tops
require
after
40.
12 to win his penultimate game. And he really wants to win it.
20.
Can't find the target. Tommy can pounce now.
Tommy, you require 52.
That'll be harsh. Yep, he goes. He goes the Fallon way. 88.
$36.
Misses the marker.
Philip, you require 20.
More match darts for Philip. And he takes it on dart
and
5.
the match, Philip Van
So he
Hasse.
does get himself another win today. So it's 4 points with a game to spare. Philip Van Hasse with a great win, 92.12. One of his best performances of the week. In fact, statistically, it is his best. And I suppose what we've learned this week is that he does tend to save his best for last. When it comes to the next game, it doesn't need much of an introduction. Borland against Hudson, and if Borland loses, he's gone.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Philip Van Hasse get the better of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 3 in that last leg decided. Van Hasse with a 92 average in that one. Right, next up for us, we're going to see Willie Borland in action up against Peter Hudson. Big game in terms of the league standings. Scott Baker, as we know now, is the group winner on 16 points. Hudson can qualify with a victory in this one, or we were getting himself very close towards qualification with victory in this one. Up against Willie Ball, and then watching this one in the comms box, it is Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Well, for me, I'm not sure about you, Nico, but this is biggest game of the day, and we teed it up. Well, at about 1:05.
Yes, we did. It's thirsty work. It's a big game indeed, because when it comes to this group here, Scott Baker is very much alive and kicking for winning this week. But as far as this one's concerned, it does have a bit of a story behind it.
First leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
Willie Borland was starting the group emphatically. Won his first game by
45.
4 legs to 1. Then beat Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 2, and you thought, maybe Willie Borland's going to be the person to catch. But now, the person to catch
137.
is Hudson, and he has this position that he can protect if he was to reverse yesterday's fixture.
99.
But if he doesn't, it goes down to the final round, where Baker will play Van Hasse. It will be goodbye to Philip. Baker through as the group winner.
180.
And Peter Hudson's got Tommy Morris, and we know he's a difficult customer. So
100.
if I were Peter right now, I'd get the job done quicker.
Yeah. I mean, that match they did contest yesterday, it was match number 4, and it was a real tight game. It was tighter than
45.
the scoreline suggests, because that was 4-2, but the averages, Peter on throw had 92.57, Willie was 91.42, and 4 from 6 on the doubles.
100. Peter, you require 139.
Peter Hudson was 2 from 9.
But Boland did tail off throughout the course of the day. That must not happen again. And I've got a feeling it won't, because
Willie, you
his
require
adrenaline will be
157.
pumping more at this stage of the day because he knows it's urgent.
Well, this is it for him. He's in or out.
59.
This is
Peter, you require 99.
well, it's our first knockout darts of the week.
Double 16. Hudson
Game
takes the
shot in the
lead
first
by
leg.
putting a flake
Peter
in it.
Hudson.
Lovely, lovely, lovely job.
Yeah, 15 dart breaker throw, 180
Second
in
leg
the
is
leg.
Peter to throw
Perfect
first.
start.
Game on.
Something of a first coming up as well, because Christian Kist already in Saturday night comfortably.
96.
Neither of these players has made a Saturday night, so someone is going to break their duck.
60.
Not that I'm condoning ducks being broken.
No, leave the ducks alone.
How did ducks get a taste for bread, by the way?
140.
Shouldn't feed them bread. Shouldn't feed birds bread.
Yeah, no carbs. Slimming season.
No, it's bad for them.
140.
Correct. And a cat milk.
Cats don't like milk.
Shouldn't give it to them. It's bad for them.
Oh, I remember that.
123.
I'll be sure to tell my sister that, who has miraculously not given her cat gout yet.
96. Peter, you require
She
142.
feeds anybody. I like bull here. I like 25 here.
Same.
Listen to your Uncle Asset.
88.
Okay, don't.
Yeah, he likes that 33-32, doesn't he? Because he likes the double 16.
Yeah, I don't mind that play whatsoever.
134.
Something that
Peter, you
maybe
require
isn't used
54.
to its full pedigree.
I like it with 3 darts in hand because of the opportunities available if you miss it.
34.
Well, this is an opportunity that maybe Willie Boland didn't deserve.
Willie, you require
He's gotta bank it.
71.
Yeah, it's one he's got to take.
Game shot in the second
Well, you heard
leg.
him.
Willie Borland.
Well, he's more than aware of his situation in terms of the standings in the
Third
table.
leg is
That
Willie to throw
reaction
first. Game on.
told us all we needed to know.
You don't need me to tell you.
100.
When it comes to rivalries between England and Scotland, who you'd think of first?
Jockey and Eric.
Absolutely.
137.
England and Wales. Eric and Alan. Common theme coming here.
Oh, I went
100.
net. But then again, I was a 15, 16-year-old kid when they were going at it, and I used to love watching them play.
But there wasn't a rivalry.
No,
Steve's too nice to have a rivalry with anybody. You could nick Steve's car and he'd say,
140.
"Oh, I made sure there's some petrol in it for you."
Much like
96.
Scott Baker, Steve Beaton has a motorcycle. He has a classic one that he rides with Nanette, his wife.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't have had Steve down as a biker. Well.
It was actually Nanette that told me that.
78.
I can envisage some coastal rides down in the Norfolk Broads.
Of course, yeah, they've relocated over there, haven't they?
49.
Mm.
Peter, you require 146.
When Dartsroom went on the quiet side, he went off and got his advanced driving and became a driving instructor, didn't he, for
80.
a while?
Willie, you require 156.
No such luck on the 156. Only one route to get that,
60.
of course.
Peter, you require
Plenty for
66.
66.
Which route will he go? Well, how about that?
62.
You got the hard bit. Or should I
Will he
say the more
require
difficult
96?
bit? Listen for the noise.
Game shot on the
There
third
it is.
leg. Willie Borland.
The finishing from Borland, faultless.
Even his, come on, he's Scottish.
Fourth leg is Peter to
Two
throw
missed
first.
darts to the double
Game on.
after hitting the ball. And Peter Hudson paid the price. Should be leading 2-1. And now with the darts.
Willie's only had 2 darts at double in this
58.
match. He's hit them both. Hudson's had 5.
$60.
Some people are just better at knockout darts instead of playing round robin stuff. And we are getting to that stage of the week.
Well, this is a knockout game.
It is. But not for Peter.
No.
We'll talk about the
34.
leg difference now because it is appropriate only if Peter loses. If he keeps the game tight and say
60.
loses 4-3, Borland goes to 12 points and +3. Hudson goes to 12 points and +6. 3 between them. That is still a
140.
very manageable situation if he wins his last game.
Yeah. Peter Hudson,
96.
if he loses this one, will know what he will need to do in his final match. Because Willie has Kevin to
97.
play. We're not quite sure how much ambition he has left after a real tough week.
And not to mention the fact that Willie plays before Peter as well in the final round.
180.
So if Willie wins this game and beats Kevin Painter, he will still have an anxious wait.
99. Will he require
Now is not the time
105?
to be looking at 2 double tops, is it? I just don't know. It was a 50-50 shot for me.
73. Peter,
Yeah,
you
it's one
require
of those.
73.
But he tied it up well. Peter Hudson this time will just get 1 at a double, and it's tops.
They can start the match. And he's
Game
up
shot
for
on
the
the fourth
task. That
leg.
is
Peter
wonderful.
Hudson.
He's showing a bit of spirit now.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge, wasn't it?
Fifth leg, it's Willie to throw first.
Misses
Game
tops
on.
there, and he's in a world of trouble. He'd be finding himself 3-1 down
100.
with Willie throwing for the game.
You said it earlier, mate.
96.
He's been good in the clench. In the close games, Hudson has found a way.
100.
He's done so today as well.
And there's real clutch situations. He's managed to find a little bit extra.
Let's not
58.
underestimate as well just how much Peter's been getting favours from other parties. When Peter lost 4-1 to Scott Baker in the
26.
first game of the day, he was thinking, I could use some help from other parties. Tommy Morris did that for him by beating Borland 4-0.
59.
Couldn't have been more emphatic in terms of assistance.
And then he did himself a favour by beating Kevin Painter 4-0. But Scott Baker beating
59.
Borland in game 8 by 4 legs to 3. That was another favour that he's had. And that's why he's in the position of having his destiny in his own hands. Snarling in the background is Borland.
42.
He's giving it the death stare.
Yeah, he's more than up for this, isn't he?
He's giving it the full Sean McDonald Punisher look.
96.
It was great seeing Sean McDonald a few weeks ago.
Can't take my eyes off
60.
Borland in the background. He's changed.
Will you require 120?
It's almost like he's going through a metamorphosis. Is it metamorphosis?
Game shot on the
there you
fifth
go.
leg. Willie
Transformation is
Borland.
3-2 up.
Look at the checkout stats, Nico.
Majestic.
Sixth leg is Peter to throw first.
Look at that.
Game on.
He's had half the amount of darts at double, but he's hit them all.
Averaging 90.19. And in a high-pressure situation, that's not to be sniffed at either. Remember,
80.
a defeat here, and Borland's campaign is over.
Now, if he does win 4-2, that changes things a little bit more.
100.
Borland would go to +4. Hudson would go to +5. There'd only be one leg between them. But on the bright side for Peter, by getting 2 legs in this contest,
40.
is he starting to
Unravel.
crumble just a little bit? He's still going to
41.
have things in his own hands, regardless of what happens.
Yep.
But the last thing he needs is to win that last match against Tommy Morris and know that he's got to win by a
93.
certain margin. You do not want to think about that.
Well, especially at the level we've seen Tommy Morris is capable of playing at today.
41.
Are we going the distance again?
No.
Bold call.
58.
Prove him right, Mr. Borland.
100.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous visit with only a ton to show for it.
Yeah, it's just rewards there, that's for sure.
64.
Did not work out as planned, and he's not on a finish. So Borland's got 6 darts from 219. It's a tough ask. Well, now he's only just left the
49.
170, but let's face it, we're talking about a guy who's finished a World Championship match with a 9-darter. Finishing a match with a 170 seems like chicken feed compared to that.
134. Will you require 170?
He's not going to do it this time.
58.
You've got to give props
PT
to Hudson, who
require
left 32
32.
from that awkward 166 position. The last leg decider beckons. And that's
Game
what we
shot on the
have.
sixth leg.
So we're
Peter
down
Hudson.
to 1 leg shootout territory. And if Hudson wins this leg against the darts, Borland is history.
Happy.
7th and
to be
final leg
proven
is Willie
wrong,
to
but
throw first.
That was
Game
a
on.
21 darter, so Willie Borland had 18 darts in that leg, and not one of them had a
49.
double.
When you consider the levels that he's played at over the years and the level he plays at now,
140.
that's a chance missed. Chris Mason said on more than one occasion this week just how good Peter Hudson has
137.
been in the last leg shootouts.
And he's produced 2
81.
10+ outs against one person in last leg shootouts before we dig any deeper. And they're both against Painter.
100.
A 1 dart lead. Will it be closed? Not really.
58.
That's where you want to get a 1 dart lead of your own. Borland has got a really good
140.
result there. From 75, you would expect at least 1 match dart. And he hasn't missed the outer ring yet.
Oh, we've just seen
130.
a couple of
Will he
matches ago,
require
4 out of 4.
75?
Scotty Baker. And Willie Borland
Game,
match that
shot,
feat, and
and
he
a match,
does,
Willie
producing
Borland.
a 15 dart hold of throw in the deciding leg of the match. A 75 checkout. A huge moment for Willie Borland. And we're still waiting to find out who's joining Scott Baker. Christian Kist in the final. There are the numbers. 87-46 for Borland. Both having a 180, but that match was won with that stat there almost in the middle. 4 from 4. When we come back, Philip takes on Scotty Baker.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and to the final round it goes. That final qualification spot through Group C after Willie Borland sealed a 4-3 success against Peter Hudson. We can have a look and see what that does then in terms of the league standings. Scott Baker then out on top on 16 points, an unsurmountable position as far as Peter Hudson and Willie Borland are concerned. It will go down to the final round of fixtures, and it could well be legs difference that decides what happens. So Scott Baker at the top of the table. He takes on Philip van Hasse. It's going to be the final game of his week here at the Super Series. It's been great to have the Belgian with us here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. And to describe it, here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
You're absolutely right, Henry, because it has been an absolute privilege to have Philip with us this week. This is the final time you will see him, and he's up against Scott Baker, who has been superb the last couple of days. The only time he hasn't been superb in this group was in Game 5 yesterday. If he plays to that level, you think that maybe Philip will get 2 more points to end his campaign for the day for the first time this week on 6. Time will tell as we go to the hockey with our regular referee, Justin Bradshaw.
First leg, it's Philip to throw first. Game on.
Philip has the darts, just having a peruse through next week's lineup. Nico, it's
100.
tasty as I mentioned yesterday, close in now to 300 different players at the Super Series.
97.
Incredible.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to tell you who it is because we will reveal that over the weekend, but there are some familiar faces and some new faces.
59.
New faces.
Yeah. Some great faces.
41.
And without going too far, because I'm being a bit of a tease, somebody playing next week who is a debutant in this tournament.
45.
But is very well known to the Super Series.
Yeah, I like it, Nico.
140.
I like it.
Who do you think it is, everybody? See, this is where people start saying, it's Glenn, isn't it?
46.
I can confirm it's not Glenn Durrant.
No, it's certainly not Philip Douglas Taylor.
85.
See, that would be a turn up for the books if Taylor played for a few days.
I don't know why he doesn't. I think that's exactly what his game needs right now, but And
45.
sadly for us and
Scott,
him,
you
he's
require
going to be
138.
playing in the Seniors Masters and then going in to have that hip done, and then he'll have a bit more mobility
98.
and be able to practice a little bit more, unfortunately for the rest of us.
Good start from Scott. How many times have I said that?
81. Scott, you require 40.
First leg,
Game
Baker.
shot on the first leg.
And
Scott
at
Baker.
this point, because he's through, how highly do you rate his chances on Saturday night?
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Yeah, I
Game
think he
on.
was certainly on all of our shortlist when we've discussed the proposition of him. Even
100.
when we were discussing the group on Monday and Tuesday, he was always going to be a bit of a threat. We obviously knew that Willie
100.
Borland was also coming into this group. We also felt like he could be right up there, but that's still to be played out.
59.
We both thought Peter Hudson could play his part. We certainly had Christian Kist. I mean, last week was wide open.
43.
This week even more so, in my opinion.
There's always somebody, though, that has played a lot of games going into Saturday
41.
night, whether it's 25 games or 23 games. And when you get to Saturday night, they're thinking, all I want to do
83.
is sleep Saturday morning and just be rested enough to have the mental game cracked, because the physical game is there.
100.
I remember when Jacob Taylor played 23 games going into the Saturday night, and it just felt like he'd been playing all week non-stop.
180.
Yeah, it's like we say that the physical
60.
fatigue
Philip, you require
is nowhere
95.
near the mental fatigue. And of course, being mentally tired drains you physically, because the brain is telling the body to stop.
Single 17, surely. Well thought out.
55.
And all the
Scott, you require
chemicals need to be sharp,
141.
the brain's not producing because it wants to shut down and sleep.
130.
Too good.
Philip, you require 40.
Been too good for most of the field so far in this Group C. And he'll be back
30.
at 11.
Scott, you require 11.
2-0.
Game
There
shot
you
in the
go.
second
He's
leg.
just too
Scott
ruthless.
Baker.
Not really sure why he's apologising. That was a 20-dart throw. What? 20-dart leg.
Third leg, it's Philip to throw first. Game on.
Just too nice. Too good and too nice. You can't say that about most dart players. But who's up there is too good and too nice?
140.
Chizzy.
Do you know what? You make a great point.
Johnny Clayton.
I actually do think that Dave Chisnell is
180.
too nice. I think he needs to be a bit more cutthroat.
Johnny Clayton's a
100.
absolute gentleman on and off the hockey.
Did you see that picture that was on social media? One of the best of the year, actually. It was
97.
after the Premier League finals. And I think after a 16 to 17-week tour, Price, Clayton and Van
60.
Gerwen sat and had a bit of a debrief after everything was finished. And they took a photograph of those three guys together in the hotel bar and said,
140.
Michael Smith, are you still awake? It's quite clever.
Well, Michael does like a nap. He's known for his ability to sleep.
87.
Sleep and
Scott,
sleep
you
a little
require
bit more.
84.
Yeah, it's well documented. Bullseye.
59.
Haven't had a great
Philip,
deal
you
of
require
bullseye finishes, have we?
114.
We had a spell where nobody could get anywhere near it.
That's right, it was being repelled. But
Game
that double
shot in the
top is
third
that's a
leg.
super
Philip Van
shot from
Hassel.
Philip. As someone who was not getting big finishes in
Fourth
the
leg, it's
first
Scott
group
to
of
throw
the
first. Game
fourth
on.
week of qualifying, he's gone a little bit crackers over the last couple of days when it comes to better finishing.
97.
136 in match 9. against Peter Hudson. He also had a 1-2-1 against Willie Borland in a 4-3 defeat. 88 in his match against Kevin Painter.
100.
Just going to throw something on the screen for you here. That is the QR code that you need if you'd like a bit more
38.
information about getting yourself down here tomorrow. You might have plans to watch the FA Cup final and the derby as well. But if the party doesn't want to stop
140.
there, and you do live in the Hampshire area, or maybe even a little bit further afield, and you want to come down, please scan that QR code, and you could find your way
140
to watch
Scott, you require
Scott
164.
Baker, Christian Kist, and 4 other players battle it out for £5,000 when it comes to Saturday night.
Might even get a selfie with Henry.
100.
Might even buy you a pint
of water.
$64. Scott, you require 64.
Double 16.
32.
Big miss, but it doesn't matter.
Scored so heavy in the leg. Time on his side.
It just made me think, actually, if somebody wants to take a photograph of somebody
99.
else with a
Scott,
smartphone
you
at
require
Christmas, is it
32.
an Elfie?
Game shot on the 4th leg. Scott
You've
Baker.
got too much thinking time, Nico.
I don't know how my brain works sometimes.
It's broken.
5th leg, it's Philip to throw first. Game on.
Unfortunately, there's no walk-on music when it comes to Saturday night, but if Scott Baker did have walk-on music, it would be My Generation by The Who,
41.
isn't it? Is that right?
Think so, yeah.
And he's someone who has switched from pear-shaped
97.
flights to standard flights, so maybe Scott is someone that Kevin Painter could have a little chat with, because their setups aren't that different.
140.
Light dart, long stem, and when Scott went from the pear-shaped flight to the standard flight, I think he's found another
97.
level.
Yeah, well, I spoke to him about it, and he said it was literally, I feel like I can place them in. Knowing about
100.
how important it is to be smooth, that flight is just a reminder. Look at this.
140.
Nearly a second max. Already had one apiece.
If you are having a late
30.
flutter this afternoon,
Scott,
please
you
remember
require
that it's over
167.
18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and gamble responsibly, please, on things like most 180s
95.
and match winners. It will be just one more job for Scott Baker before he goes on his merry way
100. Scott,
as
you require
the group winner.
72.
Double 12. He's
60.
been a lot stronger in his 5th match
Philip, you
today than
require
yesterday, that's
90.
for sure.
Yeah, way more switched on. Even though he knows it's job done. But it's not quite job done in this match.
75.
That might be the last dart he throws
Scott, you
here at the
require
MODUS
12.
Super Series this week.
Game
That's the last
shot.
dart that Scott
And a
Baker will
match,
throw
Scott
today.
Baker.
But there will be more on Saturday night. He wins the group on 18 points. But as for Philip van Gassen, it's been a real privilege to watch him this week. I hope we see him again. A classy operator. All the best with your future endeavours, and we'll see you again soon. Baker wins the group and wins that match by 4 legs to 1.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. As you see, the group winner, Scott Baker, is alongside me up here on the balcony. Scott, first of all, many congratulations. It looked as if you felt at home out there. How did this week feel from your perspective?
Tough, very tough. Coming into it, yeah, it could have been anybody's. I've enjoyed it. I've played well. I'm happy with my performance. But yeah, very tough coming into this one. I wasn't expecting that, to be fair.
Did it feel as if you just kind of hit the ground running and from there you just kind of ran with it?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, first game, yeah, just getting going. I was comfortable. I was happy. I felt at home up there, and it just went with the flow like normal.
Going into today, obviously there was 3 players on the same number of points. How were you going into it, knowing that it was still such a tight group?
Oh, it's still it's like day one all over again. It's all to play for. You know, you've got tough games ahead. A different day. Anything could happen. So. Yeah, it's just tough. It's just not horrible, but it's not very nice going in today to think, oh, I've got to do it all over again. You want that little bit of leeway. So
the boys in comms have been mentioning obviously the flow of the matches. There's been a few quick plays. Has that helped you a little bit, having quicker players in the group to help with the flow?
To be fair, yeah, we was talking about this in the players' room. It's a good bunch because we're all quite pacey players, and yeah, it does help in a way. Yeah, I like a speedy game, so it does help. It's like a practice match.
And into tomorrow night's final then, big opportunity for yourself. Is this as big as it's been for you for a couple of years in terms of opportunities and events?
Yeah, more than that. It's been a while since I've made a Saturday night, or yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really want to give it a good go. I feel like I've had a good 2 days so far. Hopefully I can continue with that and have a good finals night.
Well, we're looking forward to watching you play. Scott, thank you very much for coming up. Many congratulations on your week.
Thank
Couple
you.
more games to go then here at the MODUS Super Series. Still plenty to rattle their way through in terms of qualification. Let's get straight into the action then and rejoin Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. It's lovely to hear from Scott. What a lovely guy he is. And many congratulations, Scott, on winning the group. Thoroughly deserved with the level of play that you've shown over the last couple of days. A superb chance to win week 4. Now we look to see who could join him. The really tough test that Willie Borland had in game 12 against Peter Hudson, but he came through it by 4 legs to 3. And now the job is clear. He must get a win in this game, because if he loses it, Hudson could even lose his final game and still progress.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
If you're Willie Borland here, you're thinking, well, there's absolutely no guarantee that Peter Hudson is going to beat Tommy Morris in our final match.
What Willie would give for the same kind of performance that he had against Kevin yesterday.
100.
I hasten to say that would probably be good enough for quite a healthy win. The leg difference must be addressed. They are on the same level of 12 points. And ordinarily we say that 12 points usually gets you through, but it might not today. +3 Borland,
96.
+6 Hudson. If he's going to beat Painter, he's better off doing it by a distance.
Yeah, because
85.
if it's just a 4-3 or a 4-2, it means that Peter Hudson can then win by any scoreline.
134.
And that's exactly what he wants.
Yeah.
And ultimately, Peter would love Kevin to do him a favour. But I think the mindset of the Rock right now
55.
is get on the board, throw a few loose ones, stay sharp, and get in the mindset of, I have to win that last game.
Now, I'm fascinated by Kevin's mindset here, because Kevin has missed out on a couple of occasions getting beat by players who
57.
were out.
Will he require
just playing for
143?
pride. And Kevin was absolutely fuming.
87.
Of course, just the other week, Steve West. It happened to him, didn't it?
Yes, it did in Champions Week.
140.
That's where it hurts the most.
Will he require 56?
Hurts any week, but especially a Champs Week.
Game shot in the first leg. Willie Borland.
First blood, Big Willie. If he wasn't big, would he be called Wee Willie?
Second leg is Willie to throw first. Game on.
Little Willie. The irony.
Wee Willie Winky.
Big 6'7".
60.
Well, if there's a William who plays darts in Scotland and is taller than Willie Borland, would he be even bigger, Willie?
98.
He's setting a precedent here, so his height is very apt for what he's saying he is. But there have been people with the same name who have been taller than him. But I'm sure they've got different nicknames, let's put it that way.
135.
Kevin will be leaving us after this game. And everybody here at the MODUS Super Series would like to wish him well in his summer quests.
Yeah, I will be seeing KP down in Yeovil for the World Seniors Masters. Tickets still available for that.
180.
Via dartshop.tv, the same place you can get your tickets for tomorrow night here.
105. Kevin, you require 88.
Good leg. 2 darter after 9. Another bullseye finish. And we have some
shot on the
barbecue
second leg.
sauce.
Kevin Painter.
It's about time.
The meat was getting a bit dry, Nico.
Yeah, it was. And when
Third
you're
leg is
making
Kevin to
pulled
throw
pork, you need a
first.
little bit of rub
Game
on it.
on.
You need some sauce on it to make it moist and lovely. If you want a nice, good, sloppy jaw in between some nice buttery baps.
100.
That's the way you do it. I'm getting hungry.
Sounds like my kind of date.
59.
You never had a sloppy jaw or a pulled pork sandwich?
I absolutely
100.
love pulled pork. So yes, to both. Yeah, you could imagine
58.
Wee Willie Borland if he was like one of the Stoltman brothers. Tom Stoltman, by the way, a former world strongest man, and he's the size of a Scottish mountain.
180.
What's going on here? Well, I did wonder the mindset from Kevin. Maybe this is his way of a bit of
69.
payback. Saying, you have some of this, son. I've been on the end of it a few times.
He's not missing a great deal.
85.
Didn't miss that by much.
Yeah, that would have been back-to-back 12 darters.
It's amazing what you find from these dart players when the pressure is
139. Kevin, you require
taken away.
36.
They can just do what they want. This is what you
Game
tend to
shot on
see
the
them do in
third leg.
practice.
Kevin
Well,
Painter.
Incredibly, Rod Studd, who I have a massive amount of respect for as a broadcaster, he actually doesn't think it makes any
Fourth leg
difference.
is Willie to throw
which
first. Game on.
is contrary to what every player will tell you.
57.
In most individual sports, sort of hand-eye, whether it be cue sports or
60.
darts or snooker and pool. And my argument to sort of back that up is why when a player
100.
thinks he's out, does he produce his best? Because the pressure's off.
It has to be that way. My rebuttal to that is why has Louis Oosthuizen, the South African
140.
golfer, shot 56 on his local course in South Africa and yet never broken 60 on the tour?
140.
Why has there only ever been 158? Rest my case, really.
Yeah,
24.
I suppose you've had to have played the sport at a high enough level to understand the dynamics of the mentality. Oh, that was a bit of a flyer, Willie.
That was a chicken wing dart, that one.
73.
Amy, just the enormity of the situation just sinking in with Willie Borland.
There's one of the reasons why these dart players wear closed-toed shoes.
Willie, you
don't wanna
require
drop a dart on your foot.
131.
It hurts. Even with that stray dart in the 12.
57.
Still in a pretty advantageous position here.
100. Willie requires
Things
74.
are getting a little bit sticky if he misses.
34.
And he wasn't set with that dart in hand.
Kevin, you require
That's
117.
one of those occasions where I don't mind a little bit of a reset. And then Kevin's at a big 5, so he can't finish the 112, and it goes from bad to worse. Willie in the
65.
background, really trying to rev himself
Willie, you
up.
require 40. Game shot on the fourth
Yeah, it's
leg.
pretty good,
Willie Borland.
but this is a tight game. It looks like he's going to need favours, even if he wins.
Yeah, he'll
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw
he'll be
first.
carrying
Game
Tommy
on.
out there and carrying his darts out there and bringing him a pint.
Hudson knows exactly what he wants. He wants Painter to win the last 2 legs, because if that happens, Hudson's through.
Yep.
180.
The plot thickens. Like some Sunday morning stovey. I keep talking about
60.
food. I must be hungry. Ever had stovey?
I have.
Beautiful, stodgy thing from Scotland, and it's
93.
perfect for a Sunday.
Stodgy thing.
Oh, it's great.
It amazes me out there, the square sausage, and it just tastes totally different.
It's brilliant.
And then tatty scones.
80.
Yeah, there's not a great deal of vegetables that are green in the diet in Scotland. There's a lot of potatoes, a lot of meat, a lot of gravy.
40.
Well, I was just looking up, talking about that Tom Stoltman, who was a 2-time world's strongest man. He weighs 408 pounds and is 6'8". I don't think they call him Little Tom, do they?
131.
Well, not since he was about 3.
I bet he's got an affectionate nickname of Titch.
100. Kevin, you require 90.
And Kevin knows a tall dart player or 3. One of his pals from the tour was called Mick Todd. He used to have his own song.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
3-2
fifth leg.
Painter.
Kevin Painter.
Wow. 15 darters, winning legs. 12, 13 and 15.
That's more like
Sixth
it.
leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game
You ever
on.
hear the Mick Todd song?
No.
Oh, Mickey Todd.
100.
His feet hang out of the bed, or Mickey Todd, because he's about 6'7". Might be even taller than that.
57.
Yeah, good darts banter between the lads on tour over the last few years.
Not many players 135.
Have had their own song written about them.
No.
Willie Borland might
140.
be leaving the live lounge very quickly if he loses this leg.
Chubby Brown wrote a song
134.
about me, but nothing I can repeat here.
Earlier on in the
79.
session,
Will
he
he
had
require
1-3-2 and his
132?
opponent wasn't on a finish. And he scored a ton. Again, he does the right
92.
thing. So there will be a mark set if Borland wins this leg and the next. It will mean that Hudson has to beat
180. Will
Tommy
he require
Morris.
40?
That's got to be the mission now. 5-5. But the problem
35.
now is that Painter can eliminate Willie
Kevin, you
Borland
require
because of that
45.
mistake. Double top.
25.
He can't finish him off. A
Will he
lifeline
require
for Willie.
5?
Can he take it?
3.
I think
Kevin,
he
you
knows his
require
fate
20.
is sealed.
Yeah, and even Kev shook his head in the background,
shot.
and Kevin
And a match.
Painter
Kevin
does.
Painter.
Well, he eliminates Willie Borland. A disastrous end to the day for Willie Borland. A wonderful performance from Kevin Painter, and we said he needed some confidence as he does go out the door. Well, I'll certainly take it from that. 94-24, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. And 3 180s to boot. Well, our final game of the session comes up next, and it's Peter Hudson against Tommy Morris.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where, well, we've seen such drama here, haven't we? And that win for Kevin Painter by Willie Borland by 4-2 means that Peter Hudson is going to go through no matter what now. So this final game of the session between Hudson and Tommy Morris. One more to go. Morris with a victory here can make it 3 from 5 as he stands in. And watching this one, Paul and Chris.
We all thought it was going to go to the last game, but Peter Hudson is very happy that it doesn't have to be that way. He's through to Saturday night with Scott Baker, and he will occupy the second position in the Group C table. But as for Tommy Morris, with a win in this game here, he could jump to 4th, which would be a pretty good effort for someone who's only playing one day. And he has been a bit of an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer today, a great person off the bench.
Yep, very grateful. He was able to give up his time to stand in for Prakash
First leg is
Jiwa.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
He's given us some insight, Nico, into where his game is and where his future potentially could go.
Absolutely.
70.
Peter Hudson will be the person who has played the most games going into Saturday night.
100.
This is game 25. He will have a very well-deserved lie-in tomorrow, but he will hope that he plays the maximum amount of games, which is 29.
140.
If he plays 29...
He's going home with the 5 bags.
Indeed. There is a possibility,
60.
of course, of a 30th. If you come through the 9-dart shootout as well, because that counts as a game. You know a little bit about that, don't you?
It's a game of sorts. It's a game of nerves. It is horrible.
100.
Although I watched Andy Hamilton, Ryan Furness and
Lee Shewan
go through the ringer, and I really enjoyed that. Maybe that was karma.
43.
You liked it so much, you can do one yourself.
Well, nobody can say anything to you, Mace, because let's face it, you've been in the commentary box a lot.
100.
Won, made a Champions Week and a Champions Night in Champions Week. So,
not bad.
Been there, won the T-shirt.
Not bad for a commentator.
85.
As he sits back in his chair and just goes,
Tommy, you require 141.
I'm like you, Nico. I much prefer it here. I'm in my safe place.
95. Peter, you require 108.
108 for the first leg. That's the benefit of going that route, because it still leaves this.
83.
Nothing between the point and the
Tommy,
bullseye
you
there, apart
require
from the wire.
46.
No more sauce.
Game shot
That's
in the first
wonderful from
leg.
Tommy.
Morris.
That's the beauty of going for that 46 and going that way. You literally do aim at the wire, because either side leaves you a double.
Second leg is Tommy to throw first.
Not
Game
massively
on.
confident and maybe out of your comfort zone. Whether you're an amateur player or not.
60.
It's the right way to go, and it's something we want to look at in time. The bit of the counting side for our viewers that are maybe just starting out or playing in the
100.
local pub.
Tommy was a name that they gave to the soldiers back in the war, wasn't it? They used to refer to the British soldiers as Tommies.
Every day's a school day with you, Nico.
Yeah, they were called Noble Tommies.
83.
No wonder that name's been popular for best part of a couple of centuries.
97.
At times this week, we have seen the adrenaline levels drop for certain
140.
players because their
Tommy,
fate
you
has
require
been sealed, whether it's
164.
elimination or progression. Hello.
139.
He's
feeling very confident. I'm not surprised. He's got so much energy.
Yeah, the line was really good. Well, he keeps fit. I told you, he's into looking after himself.
Does he
physical job?
58.
About the kind of fitness
Tommy,
he
you
likes?
require 25.
Bits of everything. Likes to do a bit of weight training.
Game shot in the second leg. Tommy Morris.
He's definitely breaking the record for retrieval.
He's so bouncy, he makes me tired.
Third leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
Now, Hudson, because of his qualification for Saturday night, there is a risk here that his adrenaline levels will completely dissolve. And he will lose his game, but...
Well, he's just, I think he's, I mean, you can see he's still giving it everything, but I think he must be massively
40.
relieved that he can, and if I was him, I'd literally be going through the motions just to try and leave something in the tank.
140.
The one thing that will make Willie Ballenfield even worse is if Tommy Morris wins this game 4-0, because it will mean that Hudson will progress via 1 leg.
96.
Now, I know that if it was different and Peter needed to do something in this game, he might
100.
affect the game a bit differently. But when you look at that table, it makes for the kind of reading that you don't want to see.
Like you say, he's playing his 25th match. I remember playing my 25th game, and I was
58
on the ragged edge.
What did you do on the Friday night to reset yourself for Saturday?
Sleep. I literally walked
91.
out, got food, went back to the house, drunk about 3 litres of water, took a load of vitamins, and just got my head down. I ate a load of chicken, and then on the Saturday, carved up.
60.
Over the actually, I
Tommy,
went
you
to the
require
Italian
170.
and had a load of pasta, some chicken.
123.
Good footballer's breakfast.
Yeah.
Chicken and pasta.
Yeah, and I felt fresh as a daisy all night.
Chance for 3-0 for Tommy. Keeps looking at the scoreboard. It's not going to change until you hit the 180.
Tommy, you require 47.
Oh, there you are.
Oops-a daisy. That double 19.
Yes.
9. Peter, you require
That one didn't
67.
That one didn't go to plan.
Even the 19 would have. 19 would have left him double 13.
51.
Well, this time he's got a choice.
Yeah.
Tommy,
He
you
could go
require
12 double 13.
38.
Or
Game
he's
shot
only
in the
that.
third leg.
Just
Tommy
go straight
Morris.
in there and get that 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw
So,
first.
with that
Game on.
double break, Tommy averaging 96 at the moment.
140.
Well, after just seeing him on the one day here, and obviously we've seen him down at the Southampton venue, but this is his debut here.
100.
The rebranded MODUS Super Series at the all-new Live Lounge. I'm sure, like me,
66.
you'd all like to see a little bit more of Tommy Morris. In my opinion, today he's done enough to get an invite back. Very impressive.
80.
Not sure it'll be this series because I think it's all already done and dusted.
45.
71 points adrift.
43. 135.
And Peter Hudson acknowledging this performance. 3 out of 5 on the doubles. 180, 2 140, 7 scores of between a ton and
100.
139.
Tommy require 115.
To wrap it up in some style. There's the 60. There's the 15. Wants tops.
95. 138.
Leg finds a
Tommy, you require 20.
big score at the end of it. That's awkward. Yeah, needed to move. May go back the other way.
No score. Peter, you require
And a chance
40.
for Peter to extend the leg. A rare miss from Tommy.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Peter Hudson.
Well, you're not the only one pulling a face, Peter.
Fifth leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
Want me dinner? Multiple match darts for Tommy Morris.
100. 140.
Well, doesn't look mentally affected or disappointed to be taking another leg.
140.
3 140s apiece, 1 180 apiece.
60.
A good 60.
$81. 60. 36.
Well, there's a slip. And a chance for Tommy to get another go at wrapping this one up.
97. Peter, you require
Both
144.
on 144. A shot we've seen this week already.
$59. Tommy, you require 144.
Well, to wrap it up in style, another one of those. Oh, would have left double 12, and you can see he fancied that.
96. Peter, you require 85.
Should get at least one dart at the ball. Single 16 leaves ball. Ooh. So, 8 for tops or 16 for double 16 for Tommy to wrap things up. 4 legs to 1.
29. Tommy, you require 48. $16. Peter, you require 56.
literally is just concentration. He knows he's already qualified. Gets the 16 this time.
36.
Doesn't get the tops.
Tommy, you require 32. Game, shot,
And
and a match.
Tommy Morris
Tommy
gets
Morris.
over the line. The average drops down to 87.71 in the end after, well, his finishing stats end up fall from 13 down at 30%. It was a lot higher than that. He was in the mid-90s. 3 140s apiece, 1 180s apiece. And well, from everybody here at the Super Series, thank Tommy Morris for stepping in after Prakash Jiwa had to pull out. So we know it's Scott Baker and Peter Hudson who progressed from Group C, joining Group A winner Christian Kist. Let's go over and have a word with the boys up on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we must say to Tommy Morris, because he only had a last-minute call-up, he is accounted and acquainted himself quite well.
I think he's been fantastic. I think the energy that he's exuded today has shown everybody what he's capable of. And I think if he was to be given a fair crack at a Group C over a couple of days, or even another group throughout the course of a week, I think he'd do damage.
Well, let's have a look at the table at the end of proceedings, because it was a group dominated by Scott Baker in the end, going through the card, unbeaten on day 2, losing just 1 game in 2 days, and he was mightily impressive.
Superb, fast, really good stuff, great quality, good doubling as well, and at times he just looks so much better than everybody else, but the consistency levels really alarming for everybody else trying to take him out on Saturday night. In fact, he only had 1 bad game out of 10. That's a bad sign for everybody on Saturday.
And he was saying up here on the balcony when I spoke to him after he played that last match, he still feels there's more in the tank, there's still more to come.
Yeah, there is. I think if he's averaging around 98, 99 in some of the games, the only reason it's going below 100 is because he's missing a couple of doubles. But I do get the feeling because his technique is so good and his mindset is so relaxed, I think there is another level. We'll look into his personal best stuff throughout his career when we go into Saturday night, and I promise you it's very, very high.
As for Peter Hudson, there was a point on Wednesday, he had a little bit of a slip in the shower, didn't he? Picked up a little bit of an injury, but he's recovered well in Group C to get himself through to the final.
I think that's the most important thing, aside from qualifying from this group, is that he is going to be in a fit enough shape to play on Saturday night and to worry people. I know that he didn't play his best stuff there, but it's expected when you know you're through that the adrenaline levels will drop a little bit. But you can see that he's still trying to get the best from himself, even when he's 3-1 down. It didn't happen, but now that he's got that long layoff throughout the course of Friday night and Saturday morning, he should be 100% come Saturday night, I feel.
What was your assessment of Willie Borland today?
It was a bad start, wasn't it? It was a really tough group, and someone had to fall by the wayside. It was either going to be Peter or Willie, but at the same time, maybe sometimes the intensity that Willie brings, it's just really hard to manage. If you look at the way that Scott Baker manages himself, he takes everything in his stride. He doesn't internalise things and have too much intensity. His total of 18 points tells you a great story, but sometimes Willie's just a bit too intense. He wants it, don't get me wrong, but there's a different way of getting it.
Kevin Painter leaves us as well following the end of today's action. We're going to see him next in action at the Westlands in Yeovil for the World Seniors Masters. Will it be a case of just looking at, I mean, we saw changes of equipment, changes of setup. Will it be a case between now and that event in Yeovil, looking at what makes him tick for that event?
Yeah, he's got reps this week, plenty of them, playing 25 matches. So in that department, that's fine. He will feel like he's done what he needs to do. But the sharpness needs to be found, and he needs to have a definitive plan as to what to use. He's not like Peter Wright or anybody of that ilk. He needs a set that he can trust. When he's done the best things in his career, he's had a set that he can trust. If he can find that, then he will have a very good chance of winning that tournament.
Well, we're going to be back tonight for the conclusion of Group B, and it's fair to say we're probably left with as many answers as we have questions for the first night.
You're not kidding. Anybody can get through, really. I think Adam Lipscomb has got to get off to a hot start. If he doesn't, he could be cut adrift. But as for the others, 3 places, it's going to be great.
Well, this is how the week breaks up then as we head into the final session. We know half of our finals field now. Christian Kist winning back on Wednesday. That feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It really does. And I think Christian is sitting in his accommodation right now thinking, you guys can do what you want because I'm already there. And I think if anybody was going to benefit from having 2 days off, it'd be Christian, because he has had injury problems in the past and he's not as mobile as some of the other players. But then again, I don't think anybody looks as mobile as the young man that we saw today, Tommy Morris. Fabulous stuff from him. But for tonight, there are people under pressure. And Scott Baker's not under pressure anymore. Neither's Peter Hudson, and neither's Christian Kist.
We shall do it all again tonight, shall we?
Yes, we shall. Looking forward to it.
We shall see you from 10 p.m. this evening for the conclusion of Group B here at the MODUS Super Series, when we'll find out the full Super 6 that are going to see themselves into Saturday night. But as far as Group C is concerned, it was Baker who rose to the top.
This week so far. Let me just give you the tale of the tape in regards to the action that you have seen so far tonight. See, Paul Nicholson up on the balcony said that Niall Cullerton's got a habit of beating players who average better than him. In that case, he is going to need to do that again. Running averages for tonight, John Henderson 92.38.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Niall Cullerton 86.81, so just to case that point that he's going to have to repeat that form. Best finish of the night for John Henderson, 105 against the 82 of Niall Cullerton. Checkout percentages, 57% for John Henderson against the 37 of Niall Cullerton, and that is Niall Cullerton's first 180 of the night. What a time to do 83. That.
He hasn't been a very good 180 hitter this week. In fact, he's been one of the worst of all of the players. Well, the fact of the matter is, if you are going to find them, you might as well save them for the final game, the 104th game of the week.
97.
Like I said to Henry, Matt, when you start on Monday morning and you've got 6 players in Group A, if you offer to all of those players the opportunity to play somebody 7 times in a week, you would take it, because you know that you'll be playing them in either a semi-final
no, you require 121.
Or a final. Simple as that. Hot start for Cully. Did he go for the 11s there? He did. I think he's drawn a line in the sand with himself and said, right, I'm going to go full throttle here. I'm going to go for my shots, whether John's on a finish or not.
140. No, you require 28.
For the opening leg of the final. 214s. Getting closer. Moves to the right. So he can really open up the arm and try and use the darts that are in the board.
No, Cullerton.
Cullerton gets his first leg on the board like he got his first 180, which was the point I was trying to make before, once again, like Fallon Sherrick did in the last.
Second leg is John to throw first.
Rudely interrupted by brilliance. Henderson 6 180s for the night so far.
And obviously Niall won the bullseye in the practice room, giving him the start.
59.
And in every scenario, you will take the darts. In a longer format match, we've seen people say you go first.
58.
But you don't do that here. Niall won it and took it. Hendo has been
140.
in a very different zone over the last couple of days. He has not lost tonight. He only lost
100.
one game yesterday to Fallon Sherrick. And that was to her averaging around 98. That's the kind of range that maybe will overtake him.
121.
And Culleton's only delivered that kind of level in small doses, maybe for 1 or 2 legs at a time.
43.
Not for an entire match all week.
28.
Average for this evening, 86.81. Pretty much exactly what we're saying he runs at all the time. Mid-80s average.
125.
If he is to take another
John,
step,
require 153.
he's probably going to have to find 5 more on that all
Thank
the
you.
time. But we're not talking about all the time right now. We're talking about right now. If he can dish out a 90 to 95 average in this game,
85.
he will give himself a chance unless John finds more of what he's done tonight. Because at times, like you coined earlier, Matt, he has had those little
33.
spells of
John, you require
unplayable.
68.
Single 8 for tops.
28.
That wire was
Now you
bent
require 142.
by his dart. It's not going to be one of the finishes of the week, which you guys voted as the 134 Jared
38.
Cole. Well done, guys, because you were
John,
absolutely
you
right.
require 40.
Yeah, fully agree with that one. Although right now, this will feel like finish of the week for John Henderson. Because everything is
Game shot on the
amplified.
second leg. John Henderson.
Even the 40s, even the little 42s, it all just means so much more. It makes
Third
it
leg,
so
it's now
much
to throw
harder.
first. Game on.
It's a weird scenario for John and for Niall, actually. They've both put themselves through the
41.
mill this week. 15 games played each, Monday to Wednesday. Then another 8 over the next couple of days.
40.
That makes 26 games they've played this week. This is a bruising schedule. And the reward for winning this game is not just £2,500 more than what they have right now. It is the possibility to do the same again next week. For a somewhat amplified
56.
amount. Just going to go back to a point I made a little bit
100.
earlier. He has not changed his darts all night. That tells me that this colour of barrel, this colour of flight and stem combination, is what he genuinely wants
93.
to use.
Part of that, though, could come down to the fact that he's winning matches. Why would you change when you're winning? And I think the fact he's winning and he's playing well and he's winning those big moments.
Yeah, don't change a winning formula. It's pretty simple.
27.
Endo's coming up dry in leg 3. So far, this is turning out to be Endo's worst performance for a couple of days.
95.
He had his worst average at the back end of Thursday night. It was a mid-70s average.
45.
And after
Now
that,
you require 80.
he said he was just a little embarrassed by it. And the feed-on effect for what he did on Friday was,
40.
well, it was floor shaking because he was incredible the first 2 games of Friday. But what did you say earlier in the week, Matt?
45.
There is no tomorrow.
Now you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
2-1
Mark
Culleton,
Culleton.
and it's following the pattern of who throws first. Has Hendel
Fourth
got
leg,
anything
it's
left in
John
the
to throw
tank?
first.
Because
Game
this
on.
game is being played on Culleton's terms.
And the thing is, when we've looked at this time of night, this ain't Hendo hour.
58.
all week. We've got a good read on this now. That's 5 days. 5 days of play. This isn't just once. I say something happens once, okay. 2, it's a concern. 3, it's a pattern. 5, it's a problem.
So many times we see weekly titles won not by the best player,
59.
but by the person who can endure. And if there is a word to describe this guy this week, is that he's endured
140.
lots of matches that he could possibly have lost. And he's come out shining. He's not bothered by big averages. He just wants to get the points.
140.
But this is not about points. The points are gone. The group stages are gone. This is the sprint to the finish.
122.
This is to join the likes of Osborne and Justin Smith and Raymond Smith and Jim McEwen and the rest.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Niall Cullerton is making a charge.
100.
This is a big, big leg from Cullerton. He's hit 2 trebles with every visit so far. He only needs 1. He's going to get a double in this one.
Hendo's going to get 1 look at something
59.
like this.
John, you require 144.
Not close. He's getting a lot of encouragement from the audience. It's a very different atmosphere here. You can hear
78.
everything that people say. It's not
Niall
white
requires
noise.
48.
But Niall's trying to keep the Hendo fans quiet. And he's
Game
doing a
shot
very
on the
good job of it
foreplay.
as well.
Niall
Because that is a
Cullerton.
14-darter. And he will now have multiple opportunities to serve it out.
2 of the legs of the 3 that are possible to play, Niall Cullerton will throw first.
5th leg, it's Niall to throw
If we are
first.
talking about
Game
odds,
on.
if we are talking about probabilities, Niall Cullerton has just become a huge favourite to win week 12, the final week of Super Series
97.
2, the final chance to qualify for Champions Week.
We did break the news to you, of course, before this final that Graham Usher and Adam Warner
125.
cannot participate. That's because they now have PDC Tour cards. Scott Walters has now been confirmed as
60.
a participant for next week because of his statistics in the reserve column. As for who will join him,
99.
will it be Niall or John? The other participant, TBC.
100.
We will have the news of that person as well coming up. Hendo's fighting now.
134.
He needs to find 3 straight legs to stay in Portsmouth for another week.
100. John, you require 143.
Jared Cole had a shot at this, but he went 19s first. That was in his semi-final against Cullerton. Coley's biggest finish of this entire week is 157.
43. No, you
This
require
is a little bit easier
144.
because you concentrate 2 dots on the same treble. That treble. But he can't get a second. He fancied it.
A match saving, a week saving
96.
opportunity
John, you
for
require
Hendo.
100.
Gonna get 2. His favourite tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That
John Henderson.
is a good, clean kill from John Henderson, who had his backs up against the ropes. He was boxed into the corner. Niall Cullerton sat on 48 for
6th
the
leg,
match,
it's
and John
to throw
Henderson
first.
finds a
Game on.
100 finish.
You said, Matt, that Niall had 2 chances to serve it out. The first chance is gone. Can Hendo take us the distance
85.
in what's been a pulsating evening? He has not been a weekly champion with us
22.
before. He doesn't know how to get across the line. Or should I say, he hasn't done it before. So he can't draw on any experience.
135.
Is there anything in the way of experience that John can draw on coming into this?
Oh, absolutely. John Henderson won the World Cup of Darts. What's the format of the singles of the World Cup of Darts?
Best of 7 legs. And he was really strong in those singles as well.
45.
Big positive experience over this format. Knows how to dig deep. Is digging deep.
I think the adrenaline's starting to kick back in.
125.
This won't be his second wind. It might be his 15th over the last 3 weeks.
Said he was boxed into the corner. He isn't just coming out swinging, he's coming out windmilling.
John, you require
He's giving it everything he's got for one last push. One last opportunity to loft that big novelty
60.
check up into the air with his name on it.
I think Niall's got his
60.
mind on the next
John,
leg
you
already.
require 96.
Maybe just a matter of seconds away. Just going to lay it up. I think with Niall on 2-3-4 here, that maybe going the 16s route was the right play. 71. If he'd have gone treble 16, he would have had a shot at double 14, but a single, and then he could have gone for the big 20 and just lay up for tops. Whereas now he's got to lay up for tops with one of the darts he's about to burn.
58.
Just so happens that Niall is not on a finish, and it doesn't really matter. To take us the distance.
18.
He's not there yet.
Niall, you feel, is already starting to think
120.
of the next leg.
John,
and
you
if John
require
Henderson can hit his
40.
favourite tops, it will be all on the next leg, the last leg.
Game
and
shot
we
on the
came here
stick
on
leg.
Monday.
John Henderson.
3 groups ahead of us. Group A went the distance. Group B went the distance. Group C went
So
the
the
distance.
final leg, it's Niall
So it
to
only
throw
seems
first.
fitting that the final game, the
Game
big
on.
game for the big check, goes all the way to a deciding leg.
This night has delivered. I think we're all going to need a lie down after this. Whoever wins this leg might not sleep tonight.
140.
And you'll take that start every single time. Immediate pressure on Henderson.
100.
He's not far behind. But Cullerton, with a half-dart lead, is looking to back up the 140.
82.
What a lovely last dart that is.
We know Niall Cullerton's an emotional man. We've seen it come out of him. And you just feel right now that he's just trying to bottle it
96.
off, trying to stay composed. You know the heart rate will be going. He knows what this means. He's been in the Super Series many times. And what a rapid increase in
100.
performance from the Niall Cullerton we saw before Christmas.
Henderson is not going to get to a finish. But how close can he get to Niall's position?
100.
He's been just behind all leg. He's having to wait for a Cullerton mistake. Is that it?
27.
The only bright side is that Cullerton has found his way to a finish.
Big 3 darts. Needs a treble.
93.
Big treble.
No,
we
you require
know 112 is in
152.
Hendo range.
It is. And that was a big finish he hit against Fallon Sherrick the other night. However, it's not in his hands.
120.
The Werewolf has missed a dart for the weekly title on
John,
double
you
16 and a
require
152.
112.
Can Henderson hit the 112? He gets a dart at tops. And he's hit it! Henderson wins with a biggie!
And the winner of the MODUS Super
And he
Series,
wins week 12 in the same sort of
John
way that Chris Mason won week 12 in Super Series 1. Cullerton is devastated, and he has every right to be, because he missed double 16 to win the whole thing, and the Highlander has done it. What an evening, pulsating from start to finish. And even though the averages in that game were only mid-80s, that was a pulsating contest from start to finish.